That's when you turn on your video and comment.
By the way, I'm also streaming on YouTube just in case.
That's when you turn on your video and comment. So should I go with hello everyone, welcome to the Digital Option Show, and that's when I pause the video and get on to this. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Cool. Background music अच्छा रहेगा.
Yes.
तूने recording शुरू किया सुन? हाँ?
I have paused it, bro. I've paused it.
अच्छा ठीक है.
Because अभी start webinar नहीं हुआ है ना, इतने जल्दी शुरू क्यों करना है?
I'm quitting Slack, okay?
Yeah, quit everything else.
हाँ भाई, सब बंद कर दो.
Just Zoom, Chrome, बस हो गया और कुछ नहीं.
You guys see who's gonna launch the poll?
That's all Arbaz and Pranjali, not me.
So Arbaz and Pranjali, if you click on the, just let me, if you click on the polling option, right? तो ऊपर है ना drop down रहेगा poll 1, poll 2.
I cannot see poll.
We are not seeing poll.
अच्छा okay wait. Panel तुम guest कैसे हो यार? Wait, I'll make you co-host.
I'm panelist है ना चलो, that's why.
Your dogs are barking. I'm
ठीक है
gonna
रे.
kick them.
Make co-host.
And you can't do anything about it. It's okay.
By the way, this whatever you're saying is also live streamed on YouTube. So
अरे
I
किस
didn't
channel
mean
किस
क्या
channel
है?
हो रहा है?
so yeah.
Sorry.
It's okay, but it's a private unlisted link. So
That's me. Ignore.
Oh, I saw polling.
yeah,
I
so
can select poll, right?
yeah, you can select poll 1, 2, 3, whatever, and then if you click on launch poll, it will launch. Don't click now.
Okay.
अच्छा ठीक है. So poll 3 and 4 are mine. I guess poll 2 is Sona Anjali's.
Poll 1 is mine.
Poll 1 is yours. Poll 2 is not there. 3 and 4 I have to take.
Yeah.
So polls में should we keep it like Pranjali, I can run your poll, you can run my poll. क्योंकि poll run करने के लिए I have to come back to the screen.
I can do that.
है ना? So we'll do it for each other. So whenever you say your poll is up, I will launch your poll, and for me you can.
Yep. Works.
Okay.
Yes. Your first poll is Zoomer 1, na?
First one is Zoomer 1. Second one is.
We are 8:13. Like we are at 8:13.
Let's go, guys.
Go on mute and Discord पे आ जाना.
Yep, I'll be always muted, okay, on Zoom. So cool.
Yeah. Spotlight देख लेना. Yeah, Spotlight is you, okay, Sunil?
Yeah, you have to start video first. All of you keep the videos on, dude. Even now.
अभी नहीं. We'll start 8:29 के बाद. अभी broadcast शुरू कर लेंगे and okay, Khadam is here. Hi Khadam, we'll just go live right now, Khadam. Khadam, just one thing, when I'm starting the session, I'll be asking you to intro yourself. Just have a small intro. Yeah?
Sure.
Okay, yeah. We will start, Sunil, in 1 minute we'll start.
Yep.
Yeah, Khadim, 15 minutes to go. We'll run a video and everything, and then I'll intro, then that's when you come in. Yeah, all right, thank you. Yeah, you can switch off your video, Khadim. I think I'll be clear. Okay, stop. Yeah. We'll start?
Yep.
All right. broadcast. Sunil, you are done with started broadcast?
Yeah, starting now. Done, started.
A typical employee in an enterprise works on at least 14 different applications in a single day. When you onboard your employees, using training methods in silos, you get frustrated employees, a lot of support tickets, and decreasing software adoption. Whatfix is a digital adoption platform that sets up your employees for success right from day one. Whatfix overlays an experience layer on top of your apps to guide your employees with interactive walkthroughs and real-time contextual help so they can learn in the flow of their work. Onboard new users with customizable pop-ups. Train and track user progress with task lists. Reduce support tickets with self-help and smart tips. Lead change management with beacons and smart pop-ups. And check analytics to track user behavior on the app. Whatfix's code-free content creation allows you to create accurate content in minutes that translate to multi-format content automatically so employees can learn in their preferred style. Whatfix can seamlessly integrate with your existing applications and use data from those applications to segment and contextualize help content. Whatfix has been recognized as a market leader in digital adoption solutions by Gartner, Deloitte, Everest. Whatfix has been trusted by Fortune 1000 companies who have realized tremendous value, and employees who seem excited to be opening their apps. Watch Whatfix live in action.
In the 1800s, several people worked on a single car. Henry Ford decentralized this process with the assembly line, thereby disrupting the mass production industry. 200 years later, digitally native employees face the challenge of working on too many apps. This leads to cognitive overload, learning lags, and poor digital adoption. We are at the brink of a new learning disruption with digital adoption platforms like Whatfix. Whatfix provides an interactive overlay on top of software applications to guide employees step by step through contextual, real-time walkthroughs in their flow of work. With accessible in-product training, enterprises can now onboard and train employees faster, realize higher digital adoption, and even manage change management better. Whatfix has enabled companies like Experian to benefit from a 50% reduction in training time and a 5-month reduction in user adoption time. Are you ready to disrupt, adapt, evolve?
We need employee training that is intuitive, but not intrusive. Whatfix is a digital adoption platform that enables learning in the flow of work. With visual cues, contextual self-help to reduce support tickets, and automation to work more, click less. Unlock frictionless onboarding and faster software training with Whatfix. Request a demo now.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Digital Adoption Day powered by Whatfix. Hope everyone is safe and doing well wherever you are. For our event today, we have people from over 70 countries registered so far. So the biggest perk of having a virtual conference, right? So good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all of you from across the world. And we are super excited to have you join us on this very special day. In the next 5 hours or so, you will witness some incredible discussions with some of the leading minds in learning, training, digital transformation, change management, and digital adoption. We have carefully curated content and questions that we have for invigorating you, enthralling you, and most importantly, educating you on things that matter. I'm Gokul Suresh, one of the hosts for today, and I'm joined by my co-hosts, Pranjali and Arbaz, who will share this virtual stage alongside with me and host you throughout the entire Digital Adoption Day.
Hello, everyone. I'm Pranjali, the second host for today, and I'm truly excited for this event. It feels like a celebration for all of our hopes, our patience, and our courage as we navigated through some really tough times. But we adopted and evolved into Instagram Reel stars, Twitter student toppers, LinkedIn coaches, and successfully transformed in the digital space. We took risks, stretched our potentials, and delivered our best in this virtual setup away from our teams, but still together like never before. All our panelists today will take you through their experiences, through presentations, through their talks, and through their panel discussions. Enjoy the event as we hope to jump to the physical world soon, and we will definitely get nostalgic over these virtual events. Grab some snacks and enjoy the event.
Hello, everyone, and amen to everything that Pranjali said. We hope to meet you all pretty soon in person. Hello, and I am Arbaz, and I'm the third host for today. And I hope all of you are keeping well and safe and are all set up for the next few hours of this mini festival that's called Digital Adoption Day. Let me give you a quick brief about what's in store for today. Digital Adoption Day by Whatfix is our way of helping professionals across the world learn about best practices, innovation, solutions, and stories about adopting and ensuring the best use of technology. A few housekeeping rules to remember before we get started for today. Our entire event is being recorded, so in case you miss out on anything, don't worry. We'll be sharing this recording with all our registrants post the conclusion today. Throughout the session, feel free to ask any questions whatsoever for our panelists, and we'll be addressing them at the end of each session. Also, please do share your valuable feedback about today's event with us using the hashtag Digital Adoption Day on social media channels.
All right, so now it's time to get the show started. We have 5 back-to-back sessions on the Digital Adoption Day. Each session would be approximately 45 minutes plus the question and answer session. So you can clear up your questions with the speakers directly and then have a quick break and come back for the next session. So for the opening keynote, the role of digital adoption solutions in a post-pandemic world, allow me to welcome Trinity Martin, Managing Director at Accenture, Khadim Bhatti, CEO of Whatfix, and Vara Kumar, CPTO of Whatfix. Right. So before we kickstart the keynote, let's go with a brief round of introduction for our audience. Trinity, it would be awesome if you could start.
Great, thank you so much. Welcome everybody. I'm so excited to be here. My name is Trinity Martin. As was mentioned, I'm a managing director in Accenture's talent and organization human potential practice. So I have spent the majority of my career helping my clients successfully manage change through transformations and prepare their workforces for the future. And I'm really excited to be here today and talk to you about the importance of the digital adoption platform in that process.
All right, thank you, Trinity. Next goes Vara. Can you introduce yourself to the audience?
Hello, this is Vara Kumar. I handle product and technology at Whatfix. I co-founded Whatfix along with Khadim.
All right, sweet. Khadim, so let's have a quick intro and then start with the opening keynote. Over to you, Khadim. Thank you.
Thanks, Gokul. Glad to be here present with Vara and Trinity. So I'm co-founder and CEO of Whatfix, Khadim. Before starting up Whatfix, actually, me and Vara worked for almost like 15 years together, building product lines in business intelligence domain, and then we started this company. We'll take you through today for why digital adoption solutions are important, specifically in post-pandemic world, and the impact on digital transformation. Right. So I'll welcome everyone to Digital Adoption Day, and hope everyone would have a great time in going through this session, exciting sessions which are coming along, as well as this keynote. So what we'll do is we'll go through some statistics in terms of why digital adoption is crucial in today's world. Followed by, we'll ask Trinity to share from her experience of implementing large-scale change management projects, specifically from learning and challenges what enterprises have faced. After that, Vara would take us through some of the economic impact of digital adoption solutions. So talking about some numbers or specifically statistics in terms of why digital adoption are crucial, let's go to the next slide. So just to see some of the statistics here, like Gartner, as per Gartner, 2021 enterprise spend would be almost like $500 billion. Right? That's a pretty large number, and it's reflected with other stats, which is mentioned on the right side. That is, more than 900 applications are today deployed in any enterprise. Just to validate that number, the company like Whatfix, which is just 500 employees, have now more than 100 softwares deployed. Right. So why is it happening? Why such rampant deployments are happening? So if you look at the cloud, right, cloud has democratized the purchases. Purchases are no longer centralized exercise. Every department, every management functions or teams are buying their own software. So with this democratization, the number of softwares have started growing. And if you look at this particular, within the software, now the software includes not only cloud, but also your mobiles and desktops and all kind of different applications. Now, if you look at only cloud software, right? So for the cloud spend, specifically the cloud service market, as per Gartner, that's going to be $331 billion this year. Right, that's pretty huge, and that's going to continue for several coming years. In next 10 to 15 years, what we are looking at is the overall software spend is going to be dominated by SaaS or cloud softwares. Right, so that's going to be like majority of the spend. And what does it mean for individuals? Like majority of the softwares, what we are going to use in next few years will be all cloud based. Let's go to the next slide to see some more numbers there. So just Gokul, can you just click all the animations here? So if you look only at the cloud software, like in the first slide, we were discussing about total number of software, which is more than 900, right? But if you look only at the SaaS or cloud software, they are almost getting close to 300 softwares per enterprise, right? And they're growing at the rate of 30% year on year, and amounting to 50% increase in the spend. Now, if you look at the individuals as an employee or the user of this software, what does it mean? And any individual on a daily basis will use around 9 to 15 softwares to do their job every day. And for an organization which is spending millions of dollars on digital transformation or deploying hundreds of this software, to demonstrate ROI or to show the benefits of this digital transformation, it's very crucial for them to ensure the softwares are getting adopted by their users. Otherwise, we are looking at all the spend what we are the companies which are doing hundreds of millions of dollars would become counterintuitive. Actually, they would not realize the ROI. So what are some of these reasons what we have seen recently, which is resulting in some of this disappointments in terms of not realizing those ROIs? So like any technology rollout, sometimes we compromise the perspective of the needs of people who are supposed to be engaged with them. Now, what happens to the users, because they see the floods of new tools. The companies keep optimizing the processes or keep rolling out new processes. Trainings have been pushed to the users, leading to frustration or induced stress and fatigue. And specifically in today's world, which is like a lot more remote, it becomes a lot more acute there. Another reason that what we have seen is like that one of the core aspect of this transformation or deploying these automations or software is we want to reduce the overheads. But sometimes when we plan this rollout, and if they are not very well planned or not very thought through, it might have a completely opposite effect, which will overwhelm the support teams during the initial phases with disappointing the actual users and actually also not meeting their SLAs. Third most important here is any tech which we deploy or any tools what we deploy, they are as good as the capability of its users. So in most of the instances, what we need is learning and reskilling of the employees, of the users of the software, which generally is very grossly underestimated, leading to unprepared workforce and facing complex and daunting challenges of utilizing those transformation processes or the softwares. The traditional training mechanism doesn't work, or the traditional mechanism of learning or support also doesn't work in today's world. Something lot more interactive and in-app is required, which we will discuss at later in the later part of the session, specifically how digital adoption platforms can help here. One of the key advantages of cloud software is like software is always up to date. They're always refreshed, right? Companies can roll out their processes pretty quickly, but for the users, actually, it's quite challenging, because if they have to use 15-20 softwares on a daily basis, they need to keep themselves abreast, or they should keep themselves more refreshed for all the new features which are coming in, for new processes which are coming in. And if they're not if they're not up to mark for those new soft features and the trainings, it becomes quite counterintuitive for them. Actually, they spend a lot more time in actually navigating, trying to figure out the process, trying to figure out the features and how to use those softwares, rather than actually spending time on getting the job done or getting the work done, which results in poor adoption, which results in dip in productivity. So the entire exercise of transformation actually becomes counterintuitive here. Right. So what we can do from here is like maybe I'll invite Trinity Martin actually to share her experience in terms of what are the challenges she has seen in terms of implementing large-scale projects, specifically on learning and adoption, and how she helped how companies can actually overcome them. Followed by maybe Vara can share more on economic impact of digital adoption. Trinity, floor is yours.
Perfect. Thank you, Kadim. So in my 22 years with Accenture, I have seen a massive change in the way that we support employees through transformations, but nothing has been on the scale of what's gone on over the last year. So imagine the additional challenge of trying to transform your business while your workforce is largely remote. And compound that with, imagine actually being a new employee and starting a new job where you're completely remote and you have no network. So all of these challenges we're about to see get even more compounded. But let's walk through those. So isolation, that feeling of working alone and being part of a team. The feeling of isolation and the corresponding stress of that and the pandemic itself, we've seen has actually really reduced individuals' ability to have the mind space to actually go learn. So formal learning is even more difficult at this point in time. Collaboration, even with collaboration tools in place, the fact that you don't have somebody right next to you that you can just turn to and say, hey, how do I do that again? Ask a quick question. Even if you have chat enabled tools, you're now creating a formal ask and there's a lag. So suddenly anytime I have a little question, I have to go ping a friend and they might be busy and it might be a half hour before I get the answer back. Knowledge retention. So that additional to the stress that I mentioned before, we've got this, what I refer to as the blur's day effect, right? What day is it? All the days feel the same. All the meetings feel the same. All the learning feels the same because it's all within the same format. And it doesn't provide enough of the contextual markers that you actually need as a learner to be able to retain and rapidly recall the knowledge that you're learning. And fourth, the productivity plateau, right? So spending time trying to figure out where the answers are. So in addition to the collaboration and retention challenges, that's now compounding the fact that I need to go waste time because I have to go dig around for the answers on my own. So all of these are really impacting the effectiveness of training. Even training that was good before is suddenly kind of ineffectual at best, and also the methods of training. And so how are we actually creating training that can be sticky and experiential? So let's then take a look at, beyond just training, what are the adoption impacts too? So within today's workforce, there's a lot of challenges to adoption. So first in, so new in, old out, right? As mentioned before, Kadam mentioned, right, the volume of applications is increasing all the time, and compounded by the multiple releases and the new features that go on. So it's really difficult to stay abreast of the right information and making sure that you have the latest facts and you have the newest information so that you can be effective in your job. The workflow complexity. Now, with all those applications, workflows are bridging across multiple systems and often multiple different stakeholder groups. So the ability to do your job has been enabled through multiple tools, but it's also quite complex. The third piece being generic learning. So the ability to actually provide learning through a transformation at scale is challenged by time constraints as well as cost constraints. And as a result of that, in the historic model, which has been largely classroom-based training, maybe supplemented with some digital assets, right? The most you can really get is serving the masses and therefore just covering the basics. So it's very difficult to actually get very specific workflow-based training. Decentralized knowledge. Right? So knowledge can sit in multiple places and your knowledge assets can sit in multiple places, including learning management systems, knowledge management systems, emails and downloads, as well as different like discrete job aids. So a lot of times, you know, you look to your own secret store that you have on your hard drive of, oh, these are my go-to knowledge pieces. And lastly, the suboptimal user experience. So as we're rolling out new systems, right, you try to make sure that you're designing for the user and you go through formal user acceptance testing. But once the system's rolled out, there might be certain workflows that aren't optimized for a particular user group. And there might be unrecognized struggles within the tool. And it's hard to get those things brought to light and then prioritized appropriately. So how do we look at solving all these challenges? So this is where the digital adoption platform, I think, is truly making a difference. I mean, gone are the days where you have, you know, the 300-page training manual that sits on your shelf. And trust me, 20 years ago, I was really proud when I made my first binder for my client. I'm like, look at my training manual, right? And it nicely sits on the shelf and gathers dust. Today, the way that we can enable employees is so vastly different. And so you see here, a few of the different aspects that are really important to a digital adoption platform. And I'll give an example from an implementation I had with a client. So when we think about what we did from a training and onboarding perspective, the use of Whatfix allowed us to actually create a digital TV channel. So we had episodes, we could do things that were fun and creative. And again, those were all stored within the application right there for the learners to access at any point in time. We were able to actually create role-specific and workflow-specific walkthroughs so that we could actually help step-by-step give the guidance on how to execute certain activities. All of the assets for the on-demand support, so anything around the processes or the policies or even tips and tricks on engagement with customers could all be stored there. So it's not just about the step-by-step pieces, but also the contextual pieces around it can all sit there. The analytics enabled us to understand what were the learners actually doing, how were they using the system, so we could see that as they were going through the learning process, as well as, you know, post-implementation and go live, and understanding where are the adoption hurdles still. So that enabled a completely different conversation with the application team to say, hey, you know, we think there needs to be additional configuration here, or hey, let's go look at some automation because this workflow is still really challenging. And we'd have the data behind it and the volumetric numbers to say, you know, 70% of the users are getting stuck right here. So let's figure out how to address that. And all of that enabled a much more seamless experience from a change and readiness perspective. So the learners, not only was it just the training piece in particular, but because we leveraged the application and the ability to store and house everything right there, we could actually drive the change through. So communications and the branding around it, everything sat there. So it felt much more cohesive to the learners going through the transformation, as well as then the overall experience of the platform itself and the tool that was being rolled out in this transformation felt a lot more smooth, and the positive reaction to that tool and its ability to help them enable and activate their new processes in a much more streamlined way was really positive. This actually set the bar for how that company is doing change management going forward. So Vara, I'm going to hand it over to you, and you're going to talk us through some of the value case in more specifics.
Sure, Trinity. So here are the few key reasons why digital adoption platforms are ideal for remote learning. So let's say you're transitioning from Skype chat to Microsoft Teams in your organization. At that point of time, all you need to do educate people is about how can they initiate a chat and talk with their colleagues. You really don't need to guide users towards each and every functionality of Microsoft Teams. So digital adoption platforms allows you to provide just enough bite-sized information to the users. And given users are needing help in the application, that is the best place to provide guidance. It is not ideal for the user to go and refer a handbook or go to your intranet and search and find content. So digital adoption platforms allow you to find guidance and provide guidance right inside the application. That's where users want the help. Think of an example like, let's say, you have noticed that users are struggling to enter department code while submitting contracts. The best place to guide users is at that point of time when they are entering department code. That is where you really need to help them to enter the right department code. So digital adoption platforms allows you to provide that just in time at the moment of need help, so that you can overcome the user's frustration and make them move on. More often, all your applications are customized to the organization needs, but it is not often that they are personalized to the user's needs. And each individual user needs are different. Digital adoption platforms allows you to personalize the experiences by different roles and rights of the users. Let's say you're an insurance company, you have client rep from California. So that person will have a very different needs from a client rep who is from Colorado, because the state guidelines are very, very different. So the digital adoption platforms allows you to personalize experiences based on different roles and rights of the users. For that matter, Whatfix takes that one step further. We apply a lot of machine learning algorithms based on the user behavior patterns on the application to personalize learning content for the user. So personalization is an important aspect of digital adoption platforms. So we'll see some of the data points that we have witnessed with our customers. So we've seen task completion times to improve, and the time taken to task complete have reduced, overall driving the employee productivity up. So you can go forward and finish the animation. Okay. Yeah. So often we have seen that at least there is a 3x improvement in terms of employee ramp up times, because no longer you have to put employee through elaborate, long virtual or in-person training sessions. So they can learn application as they are getting onboarded onto the application. So all this translates to reduced time to launch applications, because you don't need to rely a lot on the in-person trainings or virtual sessions. You can educate people as they are getting into the application. So you will see roughly around 1/3 of reduction in terms of the application launch times. Yeah, you can go further, Google. So one of the key aspects of digital adoption platforms is the authoring environment using which people can create content. Especially with Whatfix, the content creation aspect is kept very simple. And also Whatfix, when you create any content, it also manifests into multiple formats such as videos, so which reduces the training content creation time drastically. And overall, you will see around 50% reduction in terms of training creation cost. So one of the immediate effects you will see after deploying digital adoption platforms is a reduction in the support overhead. So your L1 support teams will really feel the meaningful difference in terms of the support queries that they are receiving. Many times your subject matter experts might be handling the support requests. They will actually have a lot more time after deploying digital adoption platforms to focus on their core work, because the L1 tickets are mostly handled inside the application with the in-app guidance itself. So we estimate that for an organization of roughly around 1,000 employee size, we'll see savings of around $8 million by deploying digital adoption solutions. So this is one of the real life case study of one of our customer, Sentry. Sentry is a top insurer in North America. So they are using Whatfix across their insurance core platforms. So what they have seen as benefits is that they have seen at least roughly around half a reduction in terms of their content creation time, and they have seen a lot of reduction in terms of their support tickets. So overall, in terms of just the resources saved, in terms of the content creators, designers, and support staff, so they estimated the savings to be around $1 million over 1 year. So keeping aside the user satisfaction scores and productivity improvement of users while working on the application. Google, you can move forward. So as you're thinking through your digital adoption journey, so you can consider some of these things in your mind. So more often the best place to drive adoption is not inside the application, but outside the application. I'll give an example. So let's say you are rolling out, you want to drive OneDrive adoption so that people use OneDrive for collaborating on documents and documents that are being created in the organization. So the best place to drive that behavior change is when users are actually attaching document to an email. That will be the right place to nudge the users, tell them that you may not want to attach, but you may want to upload it to your OneDrive and invite people so that you can collaborate with them. So think towards ways to change behavior of the users. That will be the best way to drive adoption of applications. So don't look at digital adoption platforms as only the means to guiding the users, but think of ways to help users to complete tasks faster in the application. So start developing digital adoption skills in your team. Identify one or more people in your team who can get familiarized with digital adoption skill set. So start thinking towards building center of excellence in your organization. This will help you to share best practices within your organization across departments. So as each of us are facing more and more applications, so think of digital adoption as a virtual cross-application layer, helping users go across the applications in the organization. So start thinking towards applying digital adoption across different technology stacks and across applications in the organization. So don't think from standpoint of single application, but think from the standpoint of cross applications and across technology stack in the organization. Google, we can take questions. That's all the
right. Yeah, thanks, Vara. So we already have a lot of questions coming in, so we'll dedicate the next 15 minutes or so to answer the questions. Right. So I have the first question for Trinity. Right. So what functions have you witnessed adopting digital adoption platforms better than others within the organization? Like, do you have sales, finance, HR, etc., adopting them?
Yeah, I've seen it to be particularly effective in like customer support centers. Those are great, as well as sales organizations too. So let's take a look at each of those audience. Like customer support centers is you have a kind of a captive audience, but you also have a lot of turnover. So you have new individuals coming in all the time. So the need to have rapid onboarding and minimizing any kind of error, especially if you're doing live and you actually are calling, you're speaking live with a customer at the same time, even more reason why you want to make sure you're minimizing errors. So that's one particular audience. The sales audience as well, if you think of the nature of sellers, right, they're usually quite busy. They want learning just when they need it. So the points that we talked about earlier around just in time, give me what I need when I need it. And so knowing that things like CRM systems are always a challenge to get sellers to input data, the more that you can make that easy and automated and seamless really makes sense. So those are two audiences that immediately come to mind.
All right, thanks, Stephanie. Thanks, Trinity. So the next question I have, I think Khadim, Vara, either of you could take it. What do you think is the scope for digital adoption platforms in the next 5 to 10 years?
Yeah, I think maybe I'll take a shot at this. Maybe Vara can add. So I think in the initial section of this keynote, we discussed about the number of softwares, how they are rapidly getting added, right? Like number of cloud applications are added like 30% year on year. And on an average, we are looking at more than 900 softwares for every enterprise. And this translates to each individual having access to 15, 20 softwares, which they have to use on a daily basis to get their job done. Right now, that's the size of the number of applications. Now, if you look at each individual application, right, like each individual application, when they get deployed, an employee or some user has to learn first. And then those applications also go through change, or because every quarter the softwares keep adding new features. If you look at the company, let's say as an enterprise, there are 1,000 sales folks. So they continuously optimize their processes, right? And if you look at the CRM stack itself, it's a combination of several softwares. You don't have, apart from core CRM, you have your CPQs, you have your CLMs, you have your performance, sales performance softwares, and so on, right? Like 8 to 10. Now, each one gets refreshed every few months. Companies change their processes. There's an employee turnover or attrition and new employee joining, right? So there's a constant need of digital adoption or continuous learning is needed, right? So there was also another question actually where they were asking why this is needed on a continuous basis. So that's one. And if you look from a digital adoption per se as an industry, if an organization is having hundreds of softwares, if Whatfix gets deployed in, typically we land into maybe CRM or HCM to start with, and then start expanding to multiple software. So each enterprise can have actually deployed Whatfix across 50 to 100 softwares. And if you extrapolate to all the enterprises or mid-sized companies, we are talking about an industry which is like at least $20 to $30 billion. And this industry is also growing because the enterprise spend is growing again, right? So this will continue to grow. So we are looking at having several billion-dollar companies in next few years in this category.
Yeah. So from the product standpoint, we believe digital adoption platforms are transitioning to become an experience layer in between user and all the applications that user is seeing. So more and more feature functionality will get added to support users in an organization across applications.
Got it. There's a very relevant question to add on to that. So how do you compare cost of standard applications with face-to-face training? And how do you compare learning outcome with virtual versus face-to-face? And how is digital adoption coming into the picture?
Yeah. Okay, I can take Gokul. So if I understood the question right, so you're trying to compare the physical training versus physical/virtual training versus digital adoption-led training. So the big difference is that in a physical or virtual training, the training is packed for first few days. So post that, people often forget most of the training, and only the part of the training is in their memory. And when they start using the application, and they start scrambling because most of the training was forgotten. So the digital adoption removes this friction because now it is actually making the training effective, and you're only training people enough in the application at the right moment. So user does not have to learn a whole lot of functionality, but just teach them enough on an ongoing basis so that they can get familiarized with an application over a period of time. So it's a very different thought process, and it's a lot more effective, given that all we understand all our human beings, our memory is limited. So digital adoption helps you to know only little but perform well in the job.
Thanks. Yeah, and to add on to that, from an actual change management and the team effort to create that sort of training versus more of the historic ILT, VILT, the upfront lift is relatively comparable. But to Vara's point, the stickiness of it and the fact that you have it and it's always there, right? And so if you were a new employee and you came in 2 weeks after we just conducted all the training, and then there would be a scramble of how you'd go get that person up to speed, right? That's not there anymore. You don't also have the variance you do with your dependency on instructor-led training and virtual instructor-led training. Obviously, instructor-led training is more expensive, especially if you're pulling people out and you've got them in location together. But even just like from the time away component, it's quite an expensive proposition. But you're then reliant upon the effectiveness of an individual trainer and the types of questions asked during a training and the engagement of the team in that particular class. So all of those variants are removed in this process. So you've got a much more consistent outcome for your same investment.
Got it. So Trinity, I have another question as well for you. This was related to one of the slides that you had presented. Do you not think isolation and collaboration could be improved with a more focus on leadership management and properly learn about staff engagement, leading to virtual meetings and managing remote teams? I mean, these aren't new. However, previously, weren't they a priority?
Yeah, so that's a great question. And the answer is yes, but I think there's some considerations around it. So what I've been seeing is that, yes, if you've got leadership really focused on how do I engage, am I leveraging my virtual platforms to make sure my people are feeling connected, that also needs to be balanced with kind of the time impact. So you are also accounting for the time that your leadership and your managers need to spend in this aspect, because it's different than what they did before, right? It's levels of efficiency that have been lost. You need to do more one-on-ones and build that connection and that personal touch. You also need to do it in a way where it doesn't just feel like one more thing to the individual. So it's not just piled on the same level of work and now I need to have more time to spend with my teams to try to make those connections, then that's just adding a level of exhaustion. So absolutely, right, if leadership and management are focused on it, and they should be, it's really important to make sure that you can get that level of productivity and create that connection. But you just need to understand the time impacts of that, both on the leadership and managers who are conducting it and the individual.
All right, so there's a lot of different variety of questions pouring in. So another question, is it possible that with digital adoption, there is decrease in engagement of employees, or how can it improve learning experience? Khadim?
Okay, maybe I'm assuming here when you say decrease in engagement of employees is basically employees are not engaging with each other because now digital adoption makes the software more self-served. That's my assumption here. So maybe I think the answer here would be instead of engaging the other employees for how-tos on how do I use this or reducing on my queries, maybe there's employee engagement will become a lot more productive. There can be a lot more the other brainstorming and others areas where this can be utilized rather than actually on the trivial stuff. And on the learning experience part, actually, instead of going to classroom trainings or spending time in knowledge or support discovery or support tools or waiting for the ticket to respond or knowledge discovery and all, I think digital adoption actually can reduce many of those, as Vara had described in economic impact, right? So there'll be drastic improvement in learning experience in that way.
Thanks, Khadim. Another question, I think, Vara, this is for you. So do you think new technologies like AI, chatbots, computer vision, etc., will find their way into digital adoption platforms?
Yeah, it does. And today we do use a lot of AI and machine learning algorithms to personalize learning and experience for the users in the application. Because the digital adoption platforms are sitting on the live application, so there's a wealth of data in terms of how users are behaving in the application. We really can understand and predict that the needs of the users, and accordingly we can personalize the experiences. So a lot of ML scope for applying machine learning algorithms on the data that the digital adoption platforms have. And computer vision is a key aspect of the overall algorithm because Whatfix, the guidance is around elements and different parts of the application. So given there are so many different technologies using which the applications can be built, so computer vision is one of the key way for us to detect the right elements in the application and guide users just in time in the right field.
Got it. A follow-up questions to that. How much of AI and AR or VR do you currently use in helping to tailor the learning? Can you share some examples there?
Yeah, so not at AR and VR is coming into, not at AR and VR has come to the digital adoption platforms, but we do have some concepts, some thoughts on trying some of those, but not yet.
Right.
Now, I'm continuing to see AR and VR right now be focused on scenarios that are difficult to replicate. So in certain industries, for example, like oil and gas, you would do like safety protocols and those sorts of scenarios where you need to be very immersive and but you're not going to set a platform on fire, right? So it'd be problematic to do that. So those sorts of scenarios, as well as things that are just really difficult to replicate. So if you were working on the fuselage of an airplane, right, it's cumbersome to actually bring that into a classroom. So that lends itself more to AR and VR. And where we're starting to see that trend be pushed into more kind of soft skills. So we're seeing a lot more AR and VR in inclusion and diversity, or even for things like a sales motion where you're practicing how to do your closing or your negotiation, things of that nature. But I haven't seen it, right, to Vera's point, as much in application training yet.
Got it. So Trinity, another question, I think this will be great for you. So how do you identify the need for a digital adoption platform in internal products? What is the time when you really feel that we need to go for it?
Oh my goodness. What's one of the leading questions we have when we're actually talking with a client now about the transformation they're going through, and what are the tool sets that are going to change? So if it's something where they're potentially just working on a minor change, then maybe this isn't the right moment in time to make that investment. But if you're actively swapping out the system that a particular excuse me, audience group is using, the importance of that and the impact of that just can't be understated. Like, I think about this again, I'll go back to the call center example. A lot of times you talk through, oh, well, we're changing out their ticketing system. Okay, that seems pretty simple. But if you think about what that actually means for the person in the contact center, right? The system I know and spend all my day on every day, and that I have learned all the hotkeys and the tips and tricks, and I am just an expert at navigating. And it's really important that I'm an expert at navigating, because I'm actually measured on my call handle time and how quickly I can resolve tickets and things of that nature. And I'm actually bonused on that, right? This has real impact in my wallet every month. And so suddenly you're going to rip out that system and put in a whole new system. I'm very nervous, right? I'm very nervous. Not that potentially it's going to take me a while to get up to speed on this. Potentially I'm not going to get my bonus for 2 months because I'm still going to need to recreate my new tips and tricks and all my hotkeys and all of that in the new system, which really hits my pocketbook and might impact my ability to, pay my car payment. You don't know. I mean, this is the level of stress around this type of change is real. And now, again, back to the virtualized environment, that's compounded in these days. So when we're talking with clients and we're talking about this kind of change, it's really important to understand what that means from the audience perspective. And that's when this digital adoption platform conversation comes up, because the value case back to the employee is just so much greater.
Got it. And just to understand the correctness of digital adoption platform, there's another question. So how do you ensure correctness and deep knowledge of the applications on which a digital adoption platform is working on? So Khadim?
Yeah, I think Vera, maybe this is topic of machine learning, I guess. We want to take that.
Yeah, so I think if the question was talking about more about how digital adoption platforms understand different elements in the application and correctly identify those elements and work well. So there's a lot of algorithms that like Whatfix has built to make the element detection robust. So because applications undergo a lot of changes, and if the content that you create breaks, there's a lot of overhead. So there's a lot of focus on the element detection quality. We call it as precise element selection. A lot of algorithms built to make it appropriate. So we have a lot of default algorithms for commonly used technologies like Salesforce Lightning or SAP UI5 or such kind of technologies. We have common algorithms. And even for applications that are designed custom, so we have ability to customize algorithms and tune them to suit the application needs. All in all, a lot of R&D effort went in and it's still going in to make sure that application elements are well detected. And also we have developed an add-on product called content testing. This is an ability where Whatfix is continuously testing the content on the live application, and it can proactively intimate content creators about any failures. So two-pronged solution: one, good algorithms, and second is a good testing mechanism which validates the content quality.
The third one, just to add, is like analytics part, right? So once the content has been rolled out, how the users are engaging with the content, where they are utilizing, where they're benefiting, where they're getting dropped out. So those feedback can be again utilized for refining the content and ensuring the engagement improves.
Yeah, this is another area. So where there is a lot of scope for us to apply machine learning to auto heal the content, because as we can see the paths that users are taking and how they are interacting when there are failures. There are ways for us to automatically correct a lot of content.
All right, so I'll take a couple more questions. One is based on for managers particularly. So first line managers are critical to digital adoption when rolling out new platforms. So how does the digital adoption support managers? How does it actually support managers to support their teams better?
Maybe Trinity can later add from her experience, but what I would say is most of the software, specifically like CRMs, are built for managers, right? All the sales person have to fill out the information so that sales managers have the view of, and they can do the forecasting of sales pipeline and other stuff, right? So if all the softwares are built for managers and employees only have to fill up the information, I think digital adoption actually is meant for those employees. So that information, what they fill, how they use the software, it's completely simplified for them, right? It makes their life easy. So if a manager actually is utilized, if they're putting digital adoption solution like Whatfix on top of any softwares, I think that itself is one of the first things they can do for their team. And apart from that, Whatfix also provides a lot of insights, like how employees specifically are learning the system, how they are engaging with specific features, if the compliances are there or not. So those again can help managers to actually work with their team closely in terms of helping them with the adoption, helping them with removing their bottlenecks. So primarily, I would say on a broad level, most of the softwares are built for managers, and that is actually for the employees or for the team.
I love it. I think you hit the points, but the analytics and the insights is a critical one, right? So you can truly understand how your team is adopting, and you can actually have those individual interventions and talk with an employee about, hey, I see that you're getting stuck here, or I see that you're, getting your stuff into stage 2 in the CRM, you're not getting to stage 3. Let's talk about what's going on, right? So you can have more directed conversations about how to improve their performance.
All right, so I have one on implementation and a couple on security as well. So I'll go with the implementation one. In a new customer environment, when you deploy Whatfix as a digital adoption platform and the middleware, how long does it take for the embedded ML to pick up the teaching points dynamically?
Yeah. So for the machine learning algorithm to kick in, the data has to be for several weeks at least, and for several hundred of users in the company, because more often these algorithms are actually looking at patterns of the different users in the organization and trying to identify similar users like you, so that it can recommend the learning content based on how others have utilized. So couple of hundred users at least, and several weeks of usage data will be required for the machine learning algorithms to kick in well. And as we talked about, these actually the machine learning algorithms which are learning over a period of time. Obviously, it may not start off with a most appropriate and apt recommendations to start with, but as it is learning and as users are utilizing the application, it will get improvised and it will get much better over the period of time.
All right, and a few requests for examples as well. So do you have any examples in how digital option platforms are used in healthcare?
Yeah. So again, across all industries, certain technology and application stacks are common, such as, let's say, healthcare contracting is very complex. And generally people struggle when they have to request for contracts. So that's one common use case, the contract management softwares. And you have sales software everywhere, you have HR software everywhere. So you have call center softwares, you have service software. So across departments, there is a need within the healthcare industry too. Trinity, have you seen anything specific?
I think your examples there were great. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of paperwork and administration that goes on in the back office, right, to manage all of the different insurance pieces and filing and all of that. So all of those different activities are really well supported by a digital adoption platform. And then you could look at it, right, for more of the healthcare records management, so things that would be more interfacing with the nurses and doctors themselves. But I think the largest use case is probably that back office.
All right, so Trinity, I think there's a follow-up question for you. So what challenges do you feel are there in implementing digital adoption platforms for any external stakeholders or trade partners? So assuming the target audience has low or very basic digital awareness.
Yeah, and so just to make sure there's clarification, was it specifically to a partner audience or just in general?
Yeah, I mean, in general, I think you can address it in general. Yeah.
Yeah, so a lot of times there needs to be a bit of awareness around the fact that you're going to be approaching training and ongoing support in a different way. So we actually do often have change management just around that. So a bit of a marketing campaign to let stakeholders know that we're going to be training them in a different way. This isn't going to feel like it's felt before. So noting that in and of itself is a change and it's a positive one, but you still need to do some communications and awareness around that. And so a lot of times it's trying to get the application on early so you can start to demo and show, like, this is how easy it's going to be. This is where you're going to go to find your stuff. But actually teaching that is the new mechanism is an important aspect of it. And if you don't do that, then yes, especially where you have a low digital proficiency anyway, you're going to have a little bit of a challenge because folks aren't going to know, hey, that's where I need to go. Now, some of that can be immediately rectified by the fact that you have the walkthroughs and you have the contextual pop-ups that say, hey, do you need help, and can get you going along the way. But I do make sure that our teams actually approach it as a change management activity and do the marketing and communication around that. And it's usually really positive, and that actually helps get you some forward momentum with your audiences even before they go through it, because they've seen it and they know it's going to be different, it's going to be better. So that builds the enthusiasm around it.
All right, thank you, Printy. I'll have one last question here. Who is responsible for managing the security of this platform? Is there a center of excellence with Whatfix for that, or does the company do it on their own?
So, of course, Whatfix takes care of a lot of security controls. So we're an ISO and SOC compliant company, and a lot of security precautions are taken, and a lot of policies in place. But organizations also have their own security controls when they have to deploy any new application. So your security departments will typically review the Whatfix policies and processes. So it's actually the shared effort. So of course, from Whatfix standpoint, we have security controls, and your security teams also will take the responsibility by reviewing the Whatfix implementation or Whatfix processes and policies.
All right, so that's a lot of questions, guys. I think there's some more questions to be answered, but in the interest of time, so we'll close. So thank you, Trinity, Vara, Khadem, for setting the tone for for the entire event. I hope that the session was really good. And any parting notes? So Trinity, you can go first.
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you for having me, and I'm excited about what you're sharing today. I do believe that digital adoption platforms are going to be a key component into how we continue to enable employees through transformation going forward, and I'm just excited about where the industry is continuing to go in this space. So I hope everybody enjoys the rest of the day.
Yeah, thanks, Trinity, for joining us, and I hope audience have enjoyed the session, and I think we are having 4 more sessions after this. I think look forward to this whole digital adoption day.
Yep.
Thank you all for attending, and I hope you will have a good time going to all the sessions.
Thanks. Bye.
Right. Yeah. Thanks, guys. Thanks, Trinity. Thanks, Vara. Thanks, Khadem. So, guys, I hope that session was really informative and helped you set a new perspective on how digital adoption platforms is shaping up the new hybrid workforce, right? So, next we have 6 minutes for the next session. So, in between that, I would want to invite my co-host Arbaz onto the screen for some engagement activities.
Yeah, thanks, Gokul. I mean, wow, what a start to the Digital Adoption Day 2021, with a lot of insights coming in from all the 3 speakers that we had. So, and this was just the beginning, I guess. We have a lot more coming up in the next few hours, and trust me, all our attendees today, you wouldn't just want to miss out on any of the discussions that are coming up later today. Also, a sneak peek into what's coming up next. Our next session for today consists of 3 women leaders who have shaped the learning and development ecosystems at various Fortune 500 companies, and are here with us today to spill some beans, if not all, to crafting successful and engaging learning and development experiences. Also, just a quick FYI here, all the sessions for today's event will be hosted on the same link that you've joined from. So sit back, enjoy. You don't have to switch any links whatsoever. This is the link. This is the place to be for the next 4 hours. Also, I mean, the last year has forced us all to kind of adapt to a new virtual world consisting of meetings over virtual conferencing platforms. That can be Zoom, Google Meets, and the list goes on and on. And the concept of remote working became the highlight of the year 2020. And I'm sure all of us here must have had some or the other funny experiences while moving into this new normal. So while we wait for our panelists to get all mic'd up and ready to join us on this virtual stage in exactly 5 minutes from now, here's a quick fun poll question coming up on your screens now. The question says, what time of a Zoomer are you? The one that's walking around the house, the one who just woke up, the one without the camera on, the one who always talks, the one doing funny faces? So we'll keep this poll on for like the next 30 seconds. And if I were to be honest, I guess I'll choose option 4. And I guess that's one of the reasons why I'm hosting this session today. So yeah, also we'll wait for another 10 seconds before we close the poll. 36% people. Come on, guys. This is your chance to tell us what.
So I had a wager with Arbaz saying that the one without camera on would be the highest. So let's see what happens with that.
Okay, so I guess we have the poll results, and yes, I guess I lost my bet to Gokul, and I owe him a few bucks now. And the one without the camera on wins by almost, the second best is at 20%, so that's like a 22% audience advantage there. So anyways, I guess I'll pay off my debts pretty soon, Gokul. And as we're almost there to the start of the next session, I would suggest all our audience today to, go take a break, grab a sip, grab a bite, and we'll be back with our panel discussion up pretty soon. So welcome back, everyone. And without any further ado, I guess our panelists are with us right now. And let's get back to business. And here's presenting to you our second session of the day. And for this discussion, let me invite on this virtual stage our three women leaders. Trish Yule from Owl Sledge LLC, Caroline Ford as from AstraZeneca as our panelists, and Supriya Goswami, who's a VP of Product Marketing at Whatfix, as the moderator to take the proceedings forward. Over to you, Supriya, now. I hope our audience has a great part forward.
Thanks so much, Arbaz. I hope you all can hear me. So good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, depending on which part of the world you're in. Welcome to this panel. I'm Supriya, and I'm going to be hosting this session today. A quick introduction. I'm currently the VP of Product Marketing at Whatfix, based here in the San Francisco Bay Area. At Whatfix, I'm responsible for product marketing strategy, branding, and our vertical solution strategy. So great kickoff session today with Trinity, Khadim, and Bara. They really set the tone for what this day is going to be about. Really looking forward to, chatting with Trish and Caroline. But just to start, Trish, Caroline, would be great to just, get a quick introduction about yourselves. So go ahead.
I will take the stage then, Supriya. Thank you so much. So I'm Caroline Ford. I am the Global Digital Capability Lead interim at AstraZeneca. And I've been with AstraZeneca now for just coming up for a couple of years. Prior to that, I was the Group Head of Learning at Thomas Cook Group. So lovely to be with you all today. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Caroline. Trish.
And thanks for passing the baton. So hi, everybody. Hello to my fabulous panelists. Excited to have this conversation today. My name is Trish Yule. I'm based in Chicago. I'm the founder of a consulting firm called Owl's Ledge, which is a funny little play on my surname, Yule, which means wise old owl. And I'm also the creator of the first HR and L&D NFTs in this space, Crypto Owls, which are out on OpenSea so that we can learn about digital assets and data and how those things move together. So thanks, Supriya.
Wow. So we have some really exciting panelists today on board. So just some quick housekeeping. We'd love to hear from you. So feel free to keep dropping in questions in the chat, and we'll try and pick up as many as we can towards the second half of our panel today. So let's dive into our discussion, and the topic for our panel is really delivering an engaging learning experience for a remote hybrid workforce. Embrace the unexpected. So, on a recent LinkedIn poll that I actually hosted, about 65% respondents shared that training employees has become harder in the new work from home hybrid work environment that we have, we are faced with today. And I really wanted to dive into some of these challenges with Trish and Caroline. As you know, there are different kinds of challenging situations that a learning leader has to prepare organizations for. Sometimes challenges can be very large, but predictable or planned, like we are introducing a new policy or a new system, and obviously we need to train our workforce on that. But sometimes we have very unexpected situations where no one anticipated that employees would need to be trained, right? So would love to hear from you about, could you share some examples of the learning challenges that you are facing and you are seeing organizations grapple with? And of course, how has work from home and the hybrid work situation really impacted the learning process? So Caroline, or maybe we can start with you and then over to Trish.
Absolutely. I mean, we are facing one of the biggest high stakes situations the world has ever faced. And it literally has never been more important that learning should be front and center in everyone's mind, because not only are people grappling with having to work remotely and an accelerated need to move towards digital ways of working, but there is not one single role, I believe, anymore in the workplace that hasn't been affected in some way by digital data and analytics in the normal course of work, not just given this pandemic situation that we find ourselves in. So I think, you know, a big challenge that we're grappling with, not just AstraZeneca, but globally, is really building capability, competence, and confidence in using a variety of digital tools and new ways of working that hitherto we may have been kind of toying with around the edges a little bit, but the pandemic has certainly amplified that. And I read a recent report that suggested in all organizations, in all countries, this has been accelerated, but in particular, this report highlighted Europe as having had their digitization accelerated by up to 10% within the next kind of period. So what we were thinking would take 10 years has now been compressed into a much, much shorter period of time. And that naturally causes challenges for individuals and organizations.
Well, and it's, to your point, it's not just our people, right? It's not just the people in the organization and the populations whom we serve. It's us, it's we in L&D as well, right? So actually, I pulled some statistics. I'm getting my S's messed up for today, but some statistics from a couple of reports. And actually, Paula Ketter put together a nice blog post over at the Association for Talent Development here in the States. So quick 3 statistics on where is L&D at as far as digital technology adoption, and how are we with our skills and being able to face this challenge for ourselves. So 3 real quick. So the ATD capability model, about 8,600 people filled out an assessment rating themselves against the model, of which digital technology, being able to, as an L&D person, be able to leverage digital technology is one of the areas of expertise. And only 40% out of 8,600 rated themselves highly in being able to leverage digital technology to build skills and capabilities within their organization. Ken Blanchard, who people around the world know for leadership development, he and his team did a 2021 trends, put together some research. They polled over 1,000 people in the learning and development space. And one of the biggest concerns that came out of that research around the world was, and I quote, how to skillfully leverage new tools and platforms. Only 32% out of 1,000 respondents, actually, I'm sorry, 32% out of 1,000 respondents felt that the inability of L&D to be able to leverage digital technology and platforms is holding the L&D staff back. And one last statistic here, and that is, again, with the Association for Talent Development, it was back in their State of the Industry report, actually pre-pandemic, in 2019, where the data came back for the first time ever in the history of the State of the Industry report, that technology was being used for training delivery more than 50% of the time for the first time ever, again, in the history of that report. So again, Carolyn, going back to your observations about having the competence and the confidence in order to be able to help people effectively leverage the technology that we're giving them in this hybrid workplace, it's also happening with us in L&D. Is how is it that we go ahead and develop our skills in this particular area and adopt other types of technologies in order to be able to help us better facilitate this transition as it continues to accelerate?
Absolutely, Trish. And I think, sorry, that, you know, how managers are equipped to develop others as well is really, really important. And I don't think we should underestimate our role as L&D professionals in helping managers and leaders equip their people for working in extraordinary situations. And at AstraZeneca, we've actually produced a number of global COVID help guides. Now, those were literally produced within 5 to 10 working days. They were put out not only to our own managers and employees, so we did a manager guide, we did an employee guide, but we actually made those open source. They are available for anyone to access, and they are full of really useful curated content, tools, techniques, ways of working, and to your point, Trish, ways of learning and helping others learn in this unusual situation we continue to find ourselves in. So I think that whole kind of open source content is going to be really important in the future. Companies not just developing things for their own internal audience, but actually developing them with a philanthropic view to sharing them more broadly with organizations and learning teams who just may not have the size, the scale, the resources to develop that type of learning material internally themselves. Something I'd like to see organizations do more of.
Wow, no, thanks. Thanks both. Like what I'm hearing is that one is, of course, learning leaders themselves develop their skills. Second is enabling managers to develop skills. And then third is, building skills which are beyond the existing boundaries of your organization, right? And that has, these are the challenges and focus areas for learning leaders which have been accelerated, especially in the last few years. And this is a great sort of segue into my next question, Caroline. And when we were discussing earlier about some of this as well, that obviously, the complexity of challenges varies depending on the size of an organization as well, and how globally distributed the workforce is, right? So, building a culture of learning at scale isn't easy when you have a very sort of a heterogeneous, globally distributed workforce. Any specific experiences that you can share your learnings from AstraZeneca on this?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, something that AstraZeneca has done really, really well is create a learning for life culture. And just last year, we ran a 6-month Learning for Life campaign, part of which was a learning experiment, actually preparing people for the really important skill of learning agility in the future world of work. The campaign ran for 6 months. The experiment ran for 30 days. So we had a control group and then we had a test group. And what we did was engage a neuroscientist, Guy Champness, to come in and help with the scientific elements of the experiment. And for 30 days, we gave participants nudges which encouraged them to go and learn new things, connect with new peer groups, and really build and stretch that learning muscle. And we have a culture at AstraZeneca of really encouraging people to display curiosity, bravery, and collaboration every day in the workplace. So this experiment delivered some really interesting, significant, statistically significant results, which I know Trish will love because she is a data-driven girl, as am I. And it really embodied living the 70-20-10 methodology, or as we have it, the 3 E's culture. So a real blend of workplace experience, learning in the flow of work, learning on the job, plus exposure to peer groups and networks who can actually help and coach you peer-to-peer moving forward, as well as a blend of really high quality online digital education supplemented by virtual learning events, including things like real-time simulations, which have proven really, really popular actually with our colleagues worldwide. So, those are a few things that we've been doing this year to really encourage that thinking and way of learning and working.
I think that's such a big thing about it, what you're saying, Carolyn, about like ecosystem, right? So like when we think about the greater ecosystem beyond the vertical that we think of as the L&D function, and we think about getting out into the organization and tapping into these other modalities, right? So we go where the work is happening, and embedded within that work, learning is already happening, right? Learning and knowledge transfer is already happening. So it's more like we're helping to tap into flows that are already within our organization and external to the boundaries of our organization. So just going back to something you had mentioned just a few moments before about we are serving this greater ecosystem, right? It's not just oftentimes the people that are on campus or internal to our organizations, it's our suppliers, our partners, our customers, our surrounding communities. I mean, I think about how much the pandemic has actually brought out, this ability, this sharing capability, like you were sharing with the manuals, right? So putting this information that would serve many people and not just keeping it within the four walls of an organization, if you will, but making sure that that information is democratized, that it's disseminated. And there's some conversation like that going on in the chat right now. Like, how do we democratize not only technology, but democratize capability development? Because when we really think about the purpose of our organizations now aren't just for profitability, it's to serve society, it's to serve the communities that we touch. And so another thing that's coming into all of this with this global challenge and culturally is thinking in the macro and then thinking down to the micro. And thinking in the macro means we're thinking about culture and not just culture of people and how we would think about things like we have for a couple of decades or more now, thinking about sensitivity and language and inclusion, but also thinking about things like what is actually happening with that particular population at that particular point in time, right? Like that particular segment, and in relating with each other, especially in places through Zoom and around the world, like sitting here in the United States and thinking about what's happening in the UK or thinking about what's happening in India and having presence with that and being able to address that with the people that we're interacting with and having a moment to have compassion and to have empathy that there are things going on where we're not all experiencing these extreme conditions in the same way at the same time. And how do we connect with each other in that very, very human element? Also the same, individually or with our families and wherever it is that, you have or we have selected in order to go through this past 14 months. We don't know what's happening outside of those virtual backgrounds or those office doors. If we're lucky enough to have an office door and a desk to be able to, get our thoughts together and be able to be online and connecting with each other. So how do we really think about that human element down to the individuals that are involved? And how do we make sure that we, again, have that empathy and that connection in serving people? And we can use those techniques and those modalities like what you were just talking about, Carolyn, in order to be able to help enter people's world, to be able to serve them in that greatest need, in that particular moment of need, and kind of get outside of this one size fits all.
Very powerful, Trish. This concept of incorporating cultural sensitivity and empathy. And I think, Caroline, I think you were sharing, earlier about the example at Airbus and how they went beyond, right? Maybe you can share that with the group. I think that's really a great example of learning going beyond your organizational boundaries, right?
Absolutely, Supriya. This is a really beautiful example, actually, of an organization going above and beyond and really thinking of that sort of macro level future, not just of their own organization, but to Trish's point, the ecosystem that surrounds it. So 2019, Airbus did something called their Global Workforce Forecast. So please do take a look at that. You can Google it. And what it is a huge piece of work, actually. So not an easy read. You would need a cup of tea and possibly a Mars bar to get through it. But it's really interesting. And what Airbus did was they looked at the future shape of their workforce for the next 10 years. And they forecast those roles which they don't have at the minute, which they forecast they're going to need to have in the future, those roles which are on the rise, and in particular those where there's high demand and low supply, and those where they have colleagues whose roles may become partially or completely redundant in the future world of work. And what they've done with their global forecast is to map out how they're going to take their existing workforce through that journey of transition. So those people whose skills will be less relevant in the future can reskill into new roles which will be more relevant in the future, maintaining their employer value proposition and keeping really great colleagues in their organization. But it doesn't stop there, because not only have they done this for their own organization, they've had the foresight to know and understand that many of their suppliers will not have the scale or the money to do a study like this on behalf of their own organization. And so what they've done is they purposefully shared this report globally in the end, but initially with their supplier network to say, you are a valued supplier. We want you to come with us on this journey. And therefore, you may need to reskill some of your people in order to retain being one of our partners in the future. So let's work together on that. And I just loved that. I thought it was a really, really nice thing to do. And it had real foresight and forethought as well.
Great. Well, thank you for sharing that story with us, Caroline. Very, very powerful. So I'm going to shift gears a little bit and talk a little bit, about the interplay between technology and learning. So, as per some data estimates, an enterprise with about 2,000 employees uses at least 288 applications internally to get work done on a daily basis. Okay. At Whatfix, we are about 500 employees. We use around 80 plus applications. Gartner in a recent report stated that the sales function alone in organizations uses 14 applications on average. Right across the sales journey, companies use different applications, different software tools for different processes. They can use a CRM to track their deals, a CPQ platform to configure and manage quotes. There's a contract management system tool to create and share contracts, enablement tools, to help them refine their sales process. And you get sort of a drift of, what's happening. There's a problem statement. Think of a problem statement, and there's an application that can solve it for you. Much like Caroline, what you were sharing, right? There's an app for that, the 2009 iPhone 3G ad. But today, there's actually an application for any kind of business problem, right? And this is actually a good thing. Don't get me wrong. It's actually a great thing. However, with all of this technology that's occupying our time and effort, we cannot forget an important aspect of this ecosystem, which is the people, right? And at the end of the day, people and organizations are going to have to make use of this technology to drive outcomes. And for them to be able to do that well, they need to be equipped with the necessary know-how and resources, right? Otherwise, technology can be overwhelming, leading to techno stress, which can really have an adverse impact on productivity. And we can go the other route, right? We were hoping to increase productivity, but the techno stress is reducing productivity. So, now sort of coming to the discussion point over here, what role do you think data and technology plays in making workplace learning easier, right? And how can technology help without adding the cognitive overload that we all have experienced at certain points? The core of the question is, how can technology reduce friction without, instead of increasing friction? So Trish, Caroline, either of you.
Trish, do you want to take this one? This is right up your street.
Well, we do have an app for that, right? We have an app for everything now, right? I mean, that's exactly it. There's this, and we were talking in the prep session and getting ready for today that, the proliferation of technology is what you were just saying, Supriya, has given forth the proliferation of more technology. So we've created technology to help us with technology. And it's like, when does learning technology, necessarily come to an end? And the answer is it doesn't. And so how do we keep up with it? And I love what Michael was actually talking about in the chat, as far as you know, I've been in technology for most of my life. I mean, I've owned a computer since the 1980s. I've not been without one since then, which is a number of decades now. I know I don't look it. Thank you. But that being said, not everybody has. Like, people don't get up and eat technology for breakfast like in the same kind of way that I do. And you know, we were just talking about in the chat, some people have a real fear of technology. They have a fear of what some of the advancements in technology right now mean. And perhaps rightly so. I mean, at least to have a healthy concern about what is happening and what does it mean to me. So when it comes to technology now, the way forward is figuring out how do we prioritize our attention and our focus. So there's no way we're going to be able to learn everything. Supriya, you were just sharing, it was what, 80 some odd different applications that you've got that you're even using within Whatfix. And, you know, I remember even when I was supporting a major law firm in the 1990s, we had 146 different software packages that we supported back then. And that was 1990s. That was quite some time ago. So, you know, and then every time, because of DevOps, right, we've got real-time updates that are happening all the time. We're not waiting 18 months or 2 years for software releases to come out. Every time we log into something, it seems like the interface has changed again, and it's exhausting. It can really be exhausting. So it's really, really important for us to be able to figure out what we really most need to focus on. And the technology and the data that's actually flowing through the technology that's being created as exhaust. Microsoft would refer to it as digital exhaust. It's just a byproduct, data as a byproduct of the technology as we work through it day to day. Some of that we can actually model and analyze in order to be able to determine where it is that we best put our focus and where it is that we might be experiencing techno stress or other types of stressors. How do we leverage some of the analytics and the data that's already embedded in the productivity tools that we're using on a regular basis? And I think just a real quick callback. So Carolyn and I had the pleasure of actually participating with Whatfix on the previous digital adoption day. And Carolyn, as I toss this over to you, I'm thinking about the innovation curve again and how it is that everybody doesn't necessarily tackle that innovation and that technology adoption curve at the same time. And you had a great paradigm based on some other work about settlers and pioneers. So I'm heading over to you.
Absolutely. So I think this is a really nice overlay model to the traditional kind of adoption curve that takes us all the way from your innovators at one end to unfortunately called your laggards at the other end. And actually it's a piece of work done by Simon Wardley, who did Wardley mapping. So do go and have a quick look at Simon Wardley and then Google this model, the Pioneers, Settlers and Town Planners model. It's been slightly extended to carry over into the late adopters and the laggards as well by another author. But it's really, really well worth having a quick look at, because ultimately in learning and development, we are working with people, and people have personality and people have wishes and dreams and stuff going on at home. You know, everyone's got stuff. And sometimes I think as learning professionals and organizations, we just forget about that a little bit. So what's really important, I think, for your pioneers, these are the people who are real kind of cutting edge innovators. They get it wrong. They don't always get it right. I mean, you wouldn't trust half the stuff they do, but without them, we will never get the next innovation. And so for learning professionals, creating a safe environment for them to ideate and innovate and experiment and fail is really, really important. Then we move on to the settlers. So the settlers take the amazing innovations that have been done by the innovators and they commoditize them. So they actually take all the messy bits out, they work out how to commercialize them, and then they make them work. Not always seamlessly, but they are in the think big, start small, scale fast mentality, definitely. So they will scale things. So again, as learning professionals, what can we do to provide a safe environment for people to take an experimentation? It still might not work beautifully, but actually commoditize it and get it in front of customers using maybe design thinking methodology to test and learn and get feedback and iterate. Agile's another good one there. And finally, you get your town planners, and your town planners are the ones that really implement and really make sure that the idea is now scalable and is working at scale. And this is where you might find lean methodologies coming in, for example, and manufacturing is a really great example of organization taking an idea and then making it actually really turn the wheels of that commercial model with customer focus and delivering value. And again, it's really what can learning professionals do to help oil the wheels and make sure that those people are really equipped with the right skills, knowledge, and capability to take that innovation and really make it sing, because that cycle is super, super important in the future world of work.
And it's not just a one-time cutover. And like in the previous panel, like Trinity was talking about, again, it's exhausting. Like sometimes we think, and my background is L&D and IT. So, you know, I think about like, we used to do IT cutovers. Like it used to be on a, you know, American work week would be Monday through Friday. And on a Friday night, we would, you know, you would say goodbye to whatever technology you had on your desktop or your laptop, and then come in Monday morning and it would be a whole brave new world. And you just had to kind of suck it up in order to be able to adapt to the new technology, and the expectation that you would have no dip in your performance or your productivity over, you know, a period of time in adapting to the new technology. And it's just not the case anymore. Things are moving too fast. And so again, this comes into empathy and compassion. And as Carolyn is saying, we don't have to bring everybody along at the same time. And we actually know from the innovation curve, we actually know that there's sort of this vacuum that's created as we move through the early adopters and into, you know, beyond the innovators and early adopters and into the mass adoption, we can actually start to bring other people along. And then that helps us really inform where to place our focus and which segments of the population to work with at what periods of time. That's going to help us bring and build momentum to that tipping point that's really going to help make that cultural change, which is really at the core and the foundation of technology adoption. It's not just about the tech, right? It's about all of the surrounding processes and the paradigms that go along with being able to use those new platforms and new tools.
And we have 4 or 5 generations in the workplace at the moment. You know, half of our workforce may be more as being educated in digital ways of working throughout their whole career. And actually, if you look at the demographic, which is often in the C-suite of an organization, it's a more mature demographic who perhaps is slightly less familiar and has recently just been thrust into the spotlight of digitization really hard and fast. So I do think that we have, as learning professionals, a real duty of care to acknowledge and appreciate what every generation in the workplace has to offer, but also to really support each generation slightly differently so that they make the most of the opportunity that's presented to them, and you take them with you, because that's what the employer value proposition in organizations is and should be about.
And we can use data as feedback loops, right? So we can use, again, how do we tap into that flow that's already happening within our organizations? We don't have to limit ourselves to just thinking that we have access to or can only analyze learning data. And there's a whole bunch of data that we can collect on the fly, especially, you know, given modern, you know, tools, where we can do a pulse check and have an understanding of what's going on with people and kind of where they're at and be able to help move things along. I think the other thing, and this was really important, and Carolyn, you said something about this before, and this also goes back to the first panel for today, and that is about the managers. I think sometimes in our eagerness to be able to help advance an organization and help advance people forward, we sometimes overstep inadvertently the management team, right? So how do we make sure in all of this, even with cool tools and access to data, if we're going to make that culture change, if we're going to drive this kinds of adoption, people are going to listen to their managers for any number of reasons. If for no other reason than performance, this is the person that they perceive to be in some position of authority, and rightly so, who controls or oversees sees their performance, their paycheck, their benefits, their employment. I mean, think about how it is that people are, again, empathy. What is happening in people's minds right now, and thinking about job security, and thinking about career path, and thinking about, taking care of themselves, taking care of their families, taking care of their local communities. Like, we need to really work hard at engaging our managers to help them to become allies to them, because ultimately our job is to support them in helping them to make the change happen. So we just have to be more intentional and again, aware and thinking about where it is that we put our focus. And then again, using feedback loops that are already embedded in our organizations to have an understanding of how it is that we make amends and kind of change courses of direction as we go, to make sure that if we're not on track, we can get on track. And when we are on track, how do we strengthen and actually accelerate when there are times and opportunities to do so?
Absolutely agree with you, 100%.
Yeah, absolutely, Trish. I think you had also shared that earlier we really couldn't measure much, right? But now, because of technology, and if we use data a little wisely, we can, build those feedback loops and which are actually sort of embedded in tools today, right? So I just wanted to bring that up again. And, if either of you wants to talk a little bit also about this aspect of we don't need to learn everything. We need cues and prompts for something, and really providing instruction in the moment of need without necessarily taxing you at a time when the context is not right. So any examples that either of you would like to share on this aspect?
Yeah, so it was interesting. I was actually on Twitter earlier today, as I am wont to do, and having a quick interchange with Jane Bozarth. I've known Jane for a long time, and we were kind of talking about some of these. Jane was talking about these virtual worlds, everything from kind of the platform that we're on right now to, some of the virtual reality tools that are becoming, the price points are dropping and faster adoption cycles are happening. And anyway, we were thinking back a bit on Second Life and how Second Life actually revolutionized some things and being able to bring people together in the digital world in a new and unique way. But sometimes we have a habit of trying to take like old concepts and use new tools to bring out old concepts. And sometimes that's effective, and well, perhaps most times it's not, but sometimes it can be very effective. And so briefly, just thinking about, we take cues, the way that we're wired as human beings, our deepest memories are location based. They're based on location. And the Greeks called it the loci method. As a matter of fact, it's one of the ways that they used to remember in going to, for political speeches and so on and so forth, was that they would actually think about their homes, and they would actually think of parts of their speech as related to different rooms and different locations within their homes. And that would help recall for the moment that they were delivering their speech. So the loci method, you can look this up. And so there's a children's hospital here in Chicago that back in the day, this was, probably 20 years ago now, but they were physically moving the location of the children's hospital to a new location, a brand new, beautiful building, brand new, beautiful facility. And so what they did was they recreated the space in Second Life. And so people actually did rehearsals of being able to move around their new work environment within a technology like Second Life, which again now is probably close to 20 years old, if not 20 years old. And what they did was, even in the virtual reality, they mimicked what was happening in the physical world. And what they did was that they put physical, tangible objects as cues in the physical environment, in order so that, like, when people opened, like when you were on the elevator, as an example, and the doors opened, you knew what floor you were on based on the animal that you immediately saw that was in your line of sight from the elevator. So if you saw the whale, then you knew you were on whatever floor. If you saw the tiger, it became this visual cue. But that's how sensitive we are. If you think about it, like here in the United States, we have parking garages that play music and have a color associated and also oftentimes have some visual associated with it. And again, it's supposed to help as a mnemonic to aid in recall, because again, we're playing off of, again, the loci method. We're playing off of our ability as human beings. We always had to remember where the clean water was. We had to remember where safety is. We had to remember where good game hunting was. And this is why it is that memory is such a big, or location is such a big deal in our memory. So if we have that kind of sensitivity to our environmental cues, then we have to be conscious about the environmental cues that we're providing to people within their different environments. And that environment could be physical environment. It could also be their digital environment as well. And how do we make sure that we're intentional and again, aware of the types of cues that we're embedding that are then going to influence, even on a very subtle level, people's behavior. Carolyn?
Well, I'm just really pleased that you mentioned that application in particular, because this year I had the opportunity to be a judge for the Learning and Performance Institute, and the category that I happened to judge was Onboarding Programme of the Year. And I can reveal, because it has been revealed, that the winner was a Russian bank called Sberbank. And one of the things that they had done absolutely brilliantly is some design thinking around their employee experience of onboarding, which was not great when they first started to look at this. And one of the things that employees actually told them was really challenging as a new joiner in an organization was finding meeting rooms, particularly on a large estate campus with multiple buildings, often with very odd names. I think of my days at Thomas Cook in the travel industry, when I once was asked to go to Palma, and I had to check whether it was Palma the meeting room or Palma the country. And it actually turned out to be Palma in Mallorca, in the country. So you can just see how confusing it might be for a new joiner. And what they did was they came up with a character called Spur Kitten. And you download Spur Kitten onto your mobile phone. And as a new joiner, it's a bit like Pokemon Go, but you get an augmented reality application that sits on top of your mobile phone, and it helps you get points along the way to the meeting room that you need to go to. So it uses GPS. It's really, really clever. And for those colleagues that have a fixed desk in the organization, you can also pinpoint a colleague that you want to find with a photograph, and Spur Kitten will take you to your colleague. How nice is that? Simple, thoughtful, and a really, really good recognition that the colleague doesn't need to learn where all the meeting rooms are. We can do that for them with simple, fun, gamified technology, and welcome them into an organization in a great way as well.
These are just fascinating examples, Trish, Caroline. And these are like, I think this concept of being in the moment, aiding your memory is a very powerful concept, right? And technology which can help you do that versus taking you out of a context and trying to force you to do something, being inside the context and doing something. There's like the research that both of you have shared just proves the point that how powerful that can be. So, one other aspect which I wanted to, like you're sharing such great examples, but I did want to touch upon was before we move into questions from the audience, that, delivering 21st learning on a budget is also important, right? Do you have some favorite tools, any tech tools that you would recommend to the audience? We can start with Caroline or Trish.
Trish, what are your favorites? I bet you've got a little portfolio of nuggets of favorites here.
Oh my gosh! Well, just real quick, there are a ton of tools that are out there, but some of my favorites are embedded actually in the productivity tools that we use every day. And again, because these tools are evolving literally all the time. So, I like using a lot of the artificial intelligence tools that are embedded, as an example, in the Google Suite, the G Suite, and in the Microsoft Office tools, like now being able to, dictate, right? Like I can speak to Microsoft Word, I can speak to, to PowerPoint, I can do things with computer vision, like a lot of times people don't know, like with Microsoft Excel now, because I work with data, I work in Excel a lot, I work with a lot of tables. And so sometimes if I'm going through older materials or something that I see and it's a table, it's an image of a table that I really like, that I want to be able to bring into Excel and be able to use that data in some kind of way, we can actually take the cameras on our phones now and actually you can take a photo of a table and actually bring it into Excel and it'll automatically translate it into a spreadsheet for you. Data and all, the whole structure of the table and all of those types of things. So, you know, we're seeing how artificial intelligence in the form of computer vision and in the form of NLP are coming in order to help us with workflow processes. So those are some of my favorites, are exploring some of the things that have been added to the features and function set within the tools that we use every day. How about you, Carolyn?
Well, I've got a few actually, and they're not necessarily from an end user perspective. This is more from a learning and development life hacks perspective. So I think to your point, Supriya, many organizations are going to be feeling squeezed in terms of finance, available money to spend on learning and development activities. And what that means is that learning professionals are having to get curious, they're having to get innovative, and they're having to do it on a zero budget and still deliver world-class 21st century learning. So it's a big challenge that people are facing at the minute. So I just picked 3 of my favorite applications for organizations with learning professionals who are trying to present something really cool to their learners and also do it on a budget. So Duolingo, most of you are probably really familiar with this, but for those of you that are working in multinationals where you're trying to find a really, really fun, innovative and cost-effective way of moving from maybe a paid language application into something that's a little cheaper for the organization to use, I would recommend Duolingo for language skills. For those of you who are just grappling a little bit with how to do virtual meetings in a really fun and interactive way, my other 2 tools can help you with that. Stormboard.com is a free alternative to whiteboard or sticky notes and can be used for collaboration. So it's got about 5 users that you can have for free, but if you're really clever about how you use it, you can set up meeting or breakout rooms and you can put 1 Stormboard in each of 5 breakout rooms and just have 1 person who's acting as the person scribing on behalf of the group. So a little hack there. And then my 3rd one is polleverywhere.com, which is free. It's a free interactive polling tool. It's super cool. Take a look at it. Those are 3 of my favorites. But Supriya, I wonder whether you might have a favorite as well.
Thanks for sharing, Caroline. I do have a favorite. It's not a free tool, but it's a tool. It's a meeting note taker tool called Chorus. There are a couple of other meeting note takers as well. What I find very powerful about a tool like this is that from a perspective of learning, is that it democratizes learning. So all your important meetings, if they are recorded, what happens is that people within even if you can't attend a meeting, you can listen to the recording. It helps in onboarding. When a new person joins, you have access to all of this, wealth of information from, years, and the right kind of information like customer meetings or internal discussions and so on. So it helps accelerate onboarding for learning leaders. It democratizes because you are not you're not constrained by either time or by networks and relationships. It's not that, oh, I know somebody and therefore I know that this meeting is happening and therefore can I join it, but it's actually accessible and democratic. And because many of these tools also transcribe, you can, as a learning leader, again, you can actually go pretty deep and see that, okay, people, let's say there was a sales call kind of a meeting, and the prospect spent only 10% of the time talking and 90% of the times talking was by the salesperson. So that gives an indication that maybe we need to do more training training around how to have a more discovery-led sales process and allow for more open-ended questions and curiosity, and build those skills with the salesperson, right? So it's also really powerful information for learning leaders. And of course, there is an element of speed and saving time, because you can listen to recorded meetings at 1.5x speed if needed. So you can go through things faster as well. So definitely, in at least for me, I feel that using the right technology at the right time is very, very powerful. And you just have to figure out the right technology for the use case or the challenge that you're facing at that moment in time.
Love that.
Great. So somebody's saying that recording raises confidential. You have to take permission. You don't record anything without taking permission. It's publicly, so only if people are comfortable is that possible. So great. Just before Arbaz, we move to questions. I just want to check with Trish and Caroline if there are any other closing thoughts, any other points that they wanted to touch upon before we dive into questions from the audience.
One thing from me, I think, would be to really bring to life and really make the audience consider just how much everyone is a data citizen in the new world of work, and the importance now and in the future of being a great data citizen. So what do I mean by that? Well, it doesn't matter whether you're working in manufacturing, whether you're working in field sales, you are inputting data all of the time, whether it's about your most recent interaction with a healthcare professional or a patient or a customer, or whether it's about the quality control that you've done in your packing plant, the quality control on a pill or a medicine or another item, or whether you're a software engineer, which we maybe more traditionally would expect to be a job working with data. I think what it brings home to me is that data is the fuel that fuels the rocket of digital. And without good quality, consistent, clean data, which doesn't have bias in it, and we're all a bit prone to that. Historical data comes with bias, so it's important that we realize that. It's important we recognize that. But most importantly, no matter what your role in the organization, it's important to understand that good data quality, good data input and maintenance is going to be increasingly important in the future world of work, particularly where we're starting to increasingly overlay algorithms, which are artificial intelligence, which relies on algorithms which look for patterns in historic data to inform predictive analytics and what the future world of work should and could look like that people will take action on. So that would be my parting comment, would be teach your colleagues to be really good data citizens.
And this is, again, another point where we can engage managers, right? Like we can and should get managers involved in that particular process. And we've had, again, in preparation for today's session, had conversation around one of the best ways that you can do that is actually through storytelling, right? How do you collect organizational stories? How do you collect stories about different practices and processes that are happening internal to the organization that help people connect with the context of why it is that they should become good data citizens, right? So as an example, in working for consulting for a large food manufacturing plant, one of the things that we did was we collected stories about what goes wrong or what happens when it is that the wrong information gets entered into a terminal, whether it's with a machine operator or whether it's with a forklift operator and somebody in the warehouse. But so for people that are not working with data or historically have not worked with data every day, we're actually expecting a lot from them in changing their muscle memory and their work practices. So we started collecting stories about what goes well and what goes wrong. And people, for the most part, right, depending on how you believe the human condition, like people, for the most part, we want to put in a good day's work. We want to feel like we contributed to, we did something meaningful with our time, and that we had some good downstream effect on other people and populations. And especially in something like a manufacturing environment, you want to feel like what you did that day actually created a product that consumers can be, can feel safe and can use. And so when things go wrong, especially in those types of environments, again, feedback loops. We can use stories as feedback loops to frame up why it is that we want people to change their practices, or why it is that we're changing their platforms, or why it is that we're changing the technology or changing the policies or changing their process and procedures, is that we can provide them with stories. And that, again, is going to help them connect with particular context and be able to help make the shifts, especially if we can engage the people that they look up to, their peers and their managers as well, within the ecosystems and the environment that they work. Just like what Carolyn was talking about, we can actually help move people forward.
Amazing. No, thanks for bringing up that point on good data citizenship and sharing your thoughts there. I know we just have a few minutes there, one or two questions. Maybe I can talk about one question, Arbaz, from Scott.
Yeah.
I think it's an interesting one. So go ahead, Arbaz, you can check with
Yes,
admin. Yeah.
sure. So the question that's coming from Scott is, when it comes to digital adoption and the technology hype cycle, how do you avoid the throw of disillusionment and engage laggards? So maybe Trish can start off, and then Caroline can share her insight as well.
Yeah, I think it's a great question, Scott. I think the first thing is to use the hype cycle, right? So for those that are not familiar with Gartner's hype cycle, is to get an understanding of it, because what it basically does is it says, okay, in the short run, we tend to overemphasize all the cool things that we think a new piece of technology can do. So we expect too much in the beginning, and then we don't expect enough later on in the long term of a technology. And so it goes into this kind of a spike, and then it kind of falls down on the other side. And so if we can recognize that a new technology, an introduction of a new technology, is prone to doing that, and especially like some of the things that are coming in now, quantum, blockchain, more and more artificial intelligence, what's going to happen with 5G and 6G, what's happening with Starlink and being able to build the internet in space, like all kinds of crazy stuff happening. So if we understand that it's going to spike and then probably drop off, like how do we plan for that? We can't fight against it. That's sort of that's the whole point of the hype cycle, is that there's a pattern there. And if we know that people are going to spike and then it's kind of going to get like exhausted, then how do you map that over a piece of time or over a point in time? And like Carolyn was talking about before, change management is really critical in all of this. So if we know that it's kind of going to get, kind of overblown in the beginning and that it's going to kind of level out later on, how do we make sure that we have that embedded and kind of follow that rhythm rather than finding ourselves trying to fight against it?
And I think just building on that, I think there's, organizations need to be really clear on what their technology strategy is and how it aligns with their strategic goals and the timeline over which they want to develop certain product, for example, because it's really easy to accidentally invest in the wrong technology and hit the hype at the wrong point. So I think there is a piece around that and doing your due diligence. And there is something sometimes to be said for those, the early adopters as opposed to the innovators that are right at the front of the curve. So you can mitigate potential risks slightly. But then I think to Trish's point, it's important to understand that technology works in an S-curve or a hockey stick. And so as one S-curve is reaching maturity and an organization's really getting a lot of value from it, the next S-curve is starting, and that zone in the middle where the organization may not believe they need to change and swap over product, technology, or vision is called the dilemma zone. And you can actually find that organizations, if you look back in time, people always think about Blockbuster as a really good example and their relationship with Netflix. And actually at the point they went into, Netflix approached them for a business deal, they turned it down because they thought they were doing extremely well, and they were. But what they failed to do was realize that there was another hockey stick S-curve coming. And unfortunately, it didn't end so well for them. Netflix, it did.
And real quick on that, if you look at encyclopedias, right? If we look at encyclopedias and Encyclopedia Britannica from here in the United States, if we look at S-curves that actually happened with knowledge and with learning, S-curves curves apply to us in L&D too, right? So don't get lulled into that false sense of status quo. It's not real. Things are changing. They have changed. And that second curve in that S, as Carolyn was saying, can really be a whopper, can really be something that can catch us off guard because we thought we made it through that first curve and that we've got some breathing room. It's that stretch with that breathing room where we should be looking at how it is that we accelerate and advance ourselves while we have an opportunity to do that.
Perfect. I guess that answers the question that we got from Scott. I guess we're running out of time. So in the interest of time, we'll take just one more question, although Trish and Carolyn have been pretty active on chat and have been, actively answering any questions that have come in. But one question from Tom that came in was, are leaders practicing what they preach in terms of their own continuous development and using digital tools as a part of this? So I guess Trish did answer it, but we'll love if you could share it again to larger audience as well.
Yeah, a couple of things with that real quick, and that is, like, no one at this point should be lulled into a sense of false security, right? Like, the name of the game is adoption and adaptability, right? We need to figure out how to get better and faster at adapting. And in that transformation and transcendence, it doesn't mean that we have to get rid of everything that's old or everything that we knew and what got us here. We can, again, be aware and prioritize what still serves us and take it with us while it is that we're learning things new. So don't just jettison old things because they're old. Jettison things that no longer serve you. And when it comes to whether or not our leaders are doing it, that's something for all of us to pay attention to. I'm not sure, and this is of course my own opinion, I'm not sure that it serves to stay in an organization where it looks like they're not growing just to be able to earn a paycheck. Because I think at a certain point, you are putting yourself in jeopardy of losing the experiences and the skills that you need to develop in order to maintain your status or place in the workforce. And if you jeopardize that by staying in an organization that's not growing over a period of time, I don't know that that's necessarily the secure option anymore as we once used to think of it that way. Carolyn?
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you 100%. I think for me, one of the biggest things that leaders can do is to create psychological safety within their teams. And in doing so, they create an environment where they are encouraging not just themselves. So there's a bit of humble leadership in here. There's a bit of becoming an ambidextrous leader. So it's that servant leader model here where you're saying, do you know what? I need to kind of democratize my team and the way that I lead. I need to encourage people to think big, start small, scale and fail and learn fast. And I need to role model that myself. And it's okay for me to be a bit vulnerable. I don't need to know all the answers. And it's okay for me to reach into my team. In fact, it's absolutely the right thing to do and say, the answer lies within the capability of the people here. So let's go and find it together. So I think there's a big shift now in the mindset of the leader, creating psychological safety, and look up the ambidextrous leader, because that's what we're looking for in the future.
Perfect. So thank you, Krish, Caroline, and Supriya, for that amazing 60 minutes of pure gold content. I mean, I thoroughly enjoyed the conversation, and I guess all of our attendees today also enjoyed it a lot. So moving on, I'll call upon this virtual stage, Pranjali, who will take the presenting forward.
Thanks, everyone. Thanks, panelists. All right, so I quickly want to reiterate this. I hope you are having a great experience and a lot of learning and gathering a lot of knowledge. Don't forget to share all your experiences, knowledge on your social media platforms. Use our hashtag Digital Adoption Day. Without taking much time of yours, I'd like to jump to our next session. It talks about change that we all are going through. And allow me to invite the host and the panelist for our next session, Adopting Learning to Driving Sustainable Adoption. Please welcome moderator of the session, Stuart Ledlaw from Whatfix, and honorable panelist, Helena Bolton from Wipro, and Alan Kumar from GP Strategies. Over to you, Stuart.
Welcome. Thanks very much for the introduction. I'm Stuart Laidlaw. I'm the Vice President of partnerships and alliances for Whatfix. I've been here for a couple of years, and I'm really excited to host this panel on taking charge of change and adapting learning to driving sustainable technology adoption. So we have two great speakers for this session, and I'm going to take a minute and let Helena and Ellen introduce themselves. So go ahead, Helena, why don't you start, and then we'll go to Ellen. Thanks.
Thanks for having me, Stuart. Very excited to be here. So Helena Bolton from the UK. As it says on my backdrop, I'm in Wipro. I lead the organizational change management for EMEA. I have a fabulous team of OCM consultants who are there to support and guide our clients and customers through the transformation journey in all encompassing of change management. Quite a variety of backgrounds. I started off as an accountant, like a lot of people do, and then decided that was a bit boring for me. And I realized it wasn't about numbers, it was about people for me. So I've done a number of program and project management roles, all about the business, and making sure that people are excited, engaged, and enthused about actually taking on this digital transformation. That's me, and I'm going to go over to Ellen now.
Thanks, Helena. Hi, I'm Ellen Kumar. I'm very happy to be joining the panel this morning. I'm with GP Strategies, and I've been held a number of different roles there over the years. Currently, I'm kind of a project leader and solution architect, where I specialize in helping scope and deliver customer adoption solutions. And I've been doing that since before Y2K, really. So I'm going to date myself a little bit. I started life as an engineer and also decided people were kind of where I wanted to center my workday and my passion. So it's been a good transition to make mid-career, and happy to be here.
Great, thank you very much. So just a little bit of a setup here before we get into some questions for the panel. One of the topics we wanted to explore is why do transformation efforts fail to meet expectations? A lot of times it's improperly defined goals or unrealistic timelines, emphasis on technology rollout, maybe a lack of a people-centric perspective, and then obviously insufficient training and learning plans. The last 18 months have been tough for all of us, right? The pace of technological change hasn't slowed. We're forced to work remotely, and the tools and the processes are changing as rapidly as ever. And employees have to access and self-learn these things. They don't have the benefit of, being in their companies, classroom training and things like that. And so people are, I think we can identify with feelings of techno stress and fatigue, just being on all these virtual meetings. And so there's a bit of pushback right now across the spectrum on change management. But change is pretty inevitable, right? There's no way that we can get away from it. We're all distributed, living in a globally distributed workplace. And so it's really important for our change leaders to ensure smooth and effective rollouts by combining a people and culture-centric perspective alongside technologies like ours, like digital adoption platforms. We don't succeed without the work that GP Strategies and Wipro do with their clients to really help change take place in an orderly and impactful manner. And of course, they have to isolate the points of resistance, understand the why of all of it, and aim at driving adoption through building trust and personalized learning. In this discussion, we're going to have Helen and Ellen talk about their experiences and lessons learned from driving large-scale change initiatives, and how strategy for an organizational-wide learning is really one of the most important driving tools in the transformation toolkit. So I'm going to kind of open up to a series of questions, and then we kind of have the session in two parts. One really about driving change and change management, and the other is really about employee and human capital transformation and investment and how to optimize those. So we'll start, with a kind of a basic question, but I think one that we all can identify is, what's the number one reason, Helena and Ellen, that people are apprehensive of these large scale, transformation projects?
My feeling, Stuart, has always been that people want to avoid, or they either actively or passively avoid, if something's looming out there big and vague, And if you're going to successfully make a change in an organization, that organization is actually individuals. And the individuals need to understand and buy into those reasons for the change, including why and what will happen if they don't change. They really need to understand the consequences, I suppose, and what their role will be. We talk a lot about learning journeys, what their path or journey will be, and who will be there to partner with them along the way. What support mechanisms like digital adoption may they have for them?
Right. Any additional thoughts?
Yeah, I was just I was thinking about this one, and I was a lot of the times when you're doing transformation, it's coming from consultants, vendors, or people that don't know you or are learning about you. And so they perhaps don't feel the relevance, or it's somebody who perhaps is never spoken to them before. So, it's really important that we understand the impact to them. I remember one of my mentors saying to me, viewing the world from behind a desk is a really dangerous place to be. And it is so true, because unless you speak to those people that it's impacting and is going to affect the most, you don't understand. And then as soon as you do that, their fear and anxiety lessens, because they are getting to know you as a person and that you're there to help them.
Right.
That leads to kind of a follow-on question: is how do you dispel the myths and fears around change and build, readiness and anticipation for upcoming change? Helena, you may have some thoughts here on what you've seen before.
Yeah, definitely. I think the key for me is early on engagement. We talk about the water cooler conversation, but obviously it's a virtual water cooler conversation that people have now. But if people don't hear things, they're going to make it up. There's always that thing about, well, it's going to be a lot worse than I thought it was going to be. There's never that positivity. Well, actually, it's going to be brilliant. There's always that concern, and that's just human nature. So by engaging early on, identifying the kind of people, the personas that are going to be impacted, and then personalizing it so that they're getting the right message at the right time. There's no point telling people you're going to get something, but then it doesn't happen to 2 months later, because they're going to have forgotten about it because they've got their day-to-day to do. But yeah, for me, it's about early engagement.
You mentioned something to me the other day about, changing the dialogue from transformation is not being done to us, it's being done for us. Tell me about that experience. You had that experience, and you said it really made a difference in one of your projects.
Yeah, it did. So we were started off a change network. So we had an advocacy program. So we had a number of the super users attending a kickoff, and we wanted the change sponsor. So very different to your exec and business sponsor. This is someone from within the business who is having the change delivered to them, but not part of the program. And his absolute speech just totally blitzed it. There were all these super users on virtual, and he said his key message was, this transformation isn't being done to us, it's being done for us. And just using that one word, for, just made a total difference. And I just thought, that's how you get people. That's how you say, oh my goodness, this is personal. This is for me and my job. This isn't about the wider program or whatever it is. It's just, it's key.
That's great. Ellen, anything to add on this particular topic? It's an important one, is getting engagement early on, obviously, and making people understand it's for their benefit. Any personal experiences you've had, with that have really resonated in terms of how you get people on board?
I think the ability to recruit, onboard, and retain as change champions and super users, they can be different, but they serve similar roles. They are out there. You're not the one speaking, the one voice, either virtually or speaking from afar. You've got a lot of advocates that are there on the front lines with users, finding out what their real fears are. And so you use those networks of people in the field to help spread and dispel those myths and fears.
Got it. Get your advocates lined up. Now, I'm sure you don't have any instances of change gone wrong, but I think we're, I wonder if you, have some, it's always good to start with some learnings and things like that. What did you learn from some projects that didn't go well and might have done differently? And really appreciate both of your thoughts on that.
I can offer a quick one. There's lots of war stories to tell, but I think sometimes when we come in as partners to a customer, we're trying to be educators, advisors, consultants, but really listen to them. And there have been times when we allowed the customer to make a decision not to use accelerators, either in the solution they were deploying, or like, I don't want to spend time or money learning a new tool to develop web-based training. I'm just using an example. They preferred to do it the old-fashioned way, and then they ended up with a lot of manual tasks that they had to resource, classes they had to send instructors to. It can be the difference between reluctance to adopt a technology to help you roll out a solution, and then finding yourself being overwhelmed by lots of manual things for you and your team to take care of over time. It's disappointing after the fact that we couldn't, kind of move the lever on that.
And,
yeah. Sorry, Stuart. So mine was similar actually, in the sense of we had one particular program where they were very, very keen on having adoption, but their scorecard, instead of being quite simple, ended up being very convoluted. So, instead of having about 10, 15 sort of things to measure, I think that we had about 30, 40, and it's just like totally got lost in translation, because people were like, well, I don't want to be measured on all these elements, and it was just like, keep it simple. And I think that was the message that came out to me, was one, to challenge back, yes, okay, it would be ideal to do all these measurements and check on this adoption, but actually you have a handful, they're the key ones that you need to use. And obviously the digital adoption platform, it makes it so much easier, because it's not a manual task with Excel spreadsheets. So yeah, it's very similar to Ellen's actually.
How do you make analytics on adoption friendly? You know what I mean? So you tools like ours, you can go in, you can look at, people may have been given training activities that they have to run through. They're asking questions. We capture all those, so we'll kind of know where they got stuck. So what's the best practice when you have good analytics, which a tool like ours provides, on the interaction of people with the walkthroughs they develop with the content? How do you play that back to people in a way that they don't feel spied upon, and they feel like you're offering them insights that help them, make their journey better?
I suppose, are you okay if I go first, Ellen?
Yeah, you go. Yeah.
I think one for me is always about that we are getting the information and insight from them to improve and enhance on things. Sure. So quite often we set up a centre of excellence when it comes to training, so that any enhancements and improvements, when they pick up on that, because they're the ones using the tools and that way of learning, they can actually then say to us, well, this is going to make an improvement. Well, the key for me is, with communication, it's two way, isn't it? So if they give us that information, then we ensure that we deliver on that. And part of that centre of excellence is approving those enhancements, updating the training materials, and then singing about it to people so that they know that it's being listened to, so which then gets that evolving circle of them continuing to do the improvements.
Can I ask a question? How do you guys get, and Helena, before we go to, how do you communicate that back? So you've got this information on and you're going to make improvements, changes. Do you just do that in the background, or do you kind of announce it, a little bit of self-promotion, like, hey, we heard you, and, we've changed this training in the following way, or we've added these additional things from the knowledge base because people were getting stuck in this one area. I use an example. I know you do a lot of work with Salesforce, at Wipro and Aperio, and the way in which opportunity records are managed changes almost daily. like sales ops comes out every week with it. Don't forget to check this box and then this box, and link to the contract record. If I'm a salesperson, I can barely keep track of all this. And these walkthroughs allow you to kind of automate all that, which is great. But how do you let people know that the learning environment is being constantly adapted for them? I think you used the phrase for them, not to them. So how do you get that message out? Because people like to know that what's the sound of one hand clapping in the woods, as they say. It's always good to promote the good work. So how do you do that? What are the forums you use to tell people that you're adapting their experience?
Well, there's a number of ways, and definitely you do that singing and praising from the top of the mountain, because it's not just about the project team or what we've been doing, it's about how they're engaging and being included. I mean, you want them to continue that. So they're, when it's Salesforce, we can use Chatter, because then we can do an at all, and then it can go out to everyone saying, big up to whoever it was, or this trend has been identified that actually the button needed to be moved here, and we've just created it and we've changed the training for it, and it's going to save you this amount of time. It's really important. And then obviously it's not just about the users, it's about your sponsors and your C-suite. So if there are things which we can identify it's going to make an improvement and a cost benefit, then that would go to Steerco, and part of and messaging to that exec board as well. So there are a number of ways of doing it, but it's just managing it and making sure that you're keeping on top of it as well.
Ellen, your thoughts on this?
Yeah, I think people want to know they're being heard, and also you want to give them multiple ways to tell you what's going wrong. And if analytics is one of those ways, we can observe, we monitor performance, we see where people are hitting this or that. You can survey them for their paragraph answers, and then you can look at analytics, and together you can make wise decisions and then advertise, as Helena said, the wins, the cost savings, the ROI achievement, as well as we are putting in new ways for you to get help. The score, the sales opportunity scorecard is going to be looked at by everyone in leadership. So we want you to do it well and completely. So we've got these new ways to help you do that. Yeah.
Excellent. No, that's and one other kind of comment, is who's best in delivering those messages. And what I mean by that is, you have your steering committee, you have executive leaders, and then you have the users. So do you kind of want all three stakeholders to communicate the successes? I mean, obviously the Steerco is interested in things like, hey, I reduced my support cost by this, or I got my application launch faster, or people got proficient 2 or 3 times faster. I mean, you kind of see these kinds of returns when you use a technology like digital adoption or Whatfix. But I think the bigger thing is who's most credible in delivering that message? Is it a bunch of user stories that resonates, or is it the executive team coming out and saying, hey, here's a bunch of statistics on the ROI for the use of this tool, or more relevantly the overall program to get new technology rolled out? Who are the best advocates or folks that speak out to the benefits?
I have to say user stories resonate. Isn't that where you go when you want to listen to get the pulse of a company, if you go to a website? So I would say the same internally.
Yeah, definitely. It resonates with people, doesn't it? And, I think what's really important, especially with change management, is that stakeholder analysis. So you would understand the groupings and sort of how you would communicate with that. So, if it is a message to C-suite, then it would be better to come from the exec sponsor. But if you're talking to end users, then that's why we create these change advocacy programs, because it just lands so much better, and people get that warm, fuzzy feeling when you hear it from people they know.
I agree. Every SaaS company, when they have their annual conference, it's the best ones are 80% user stories, 90% user stories, and 10 or 20% advertorials. So I think that's absolutely right. That's what people want to hear about, and that's engaging, because that's what they're facing. So here's another kind of related question, which is, sometimes a learning or digital transformation is function specific, like of a sales or an HR. I know that you've had a lot of experience, Ellen, with things like the use of HR tools, HCM tools. But you have to get other departments involved, and they have a role to play in that. So the learning is targeted at a user base that's functional, but then you need the L&D or IT, on board, and they have to play a part in the project. So there's not only a project management role for them, and many times it's a technology role, but then there's just coordinating all those stakeholders and making sure they're aligned around the program, from the beginning and throughout the deployment. And what are some of the ways in which you do that, and best practices for folks?
I don't know if you called on either of us or one, but I would just say that you need to demonstrate the ease of the solution early on to different people on different functions, manager of the learners, the IT folks. This is going to be easy to deploy. It'll take, very little footprint off of the workers, the front line, learning in the flow of work. I mean, that's why we're here, right? For digital adoption platforms, to say, this is the way we can, it's great PR to just show them how the solution will work for people without taking away from task.
That's important. And Helena, you had some comments the other day about, just making sure every persona has their own learning journey and path, and making sure that people understand that. How does that play into this notion of getting other departments on board and supporting the development of a transformation project?
Well, for me, it's absolutely critical because, when you're working in OCM, it is about the people and the processes, the technologies, the enabler. Anyone can say, press this button, you go here, but people need to know the end to end. They need to know where the handoffs are. They need to know, the impact if they don't do something as well as if they do something. So, and this is where the digital adoption platform is just brilliant, because you can link it with the smart tips and your beacons to say, don't forget that this is a handoff now. This is going to go to somebody. So have you made sure that you've completed all these mandatory fields? So it gives that guided learning, but also it enables you to not have a 100-page Bible that someone has to print out as a user guide, but it's all there for them. And there may be some elements they want to print off or save as PDF, which they can as a quick reference guide, but it's all in the hand of the end user as well as for the admin. But yeah, it's absolutely essential.
And how do you make change sustainable? I always think, I often, have used the phrase digital adoption is not a one-time event. It's an ongoing process that people, and when you look at adoption curves, they typically they go up early on. There's a lot of training, a lot of excitement, and they fall off because people, business processes are static. They change. Back to the Salesforce example or a CRM example, constantly adapting what gets included in opportunity record, et cetera. So not only do the business processes change, but the application itself is changing, in the SaaS world, frequently. So there's change that in the application, the business process that has to be, kind of constantly communicated. And so how do you look at the sustainability of a change management project or a digital transformation project? And do you measure your results over time?
It's one thing.
Helena,
Go ahead, Helena.
Oh, is that right? It's one thing that we're really passionate about because, we go in to deliver a project or a program. But what I want to ensure is, and the team want to ensure, is that there is that sustainability. So we're not just there for week one, we're there for week 2, month 1, year 1. Just a small plug, one of the things that we do in Wipro is what we call Thrive or managed service. So if a client doesn't have that ability of looking at Salesforce or any of the other cloud technologies that do their upgrades, we can review those and then we can highlight, update the training materials and the communication for them. Or we can do that part of the knowledge transfer, that if they've got a robust and mature and seasoned team, so that they know what they're looking out for, and to be able to continue that, because absolutely critical that people still go back to that digital adoption platform, because that is where you get your nuggets of trends and analytics and information to continue to help you to drive that improvement.
Right.
Great. Ellen, what's your experience on this front, the sustainability?
It's a very important part of our programs as well at GP Strategies. I think coming up with and communicating early on what the process for managing changes in the content will be. How do you get from relevant release changes down to what needs to change in the words, and where are all those words located, and who's going to do that? So you need to come up with a process that the client agrees on, and then figure out with the client how they or you or combination are going to staff it, and who are the process gurus. Think back to your SMEs or your super users or your change champions. They're all potential candidates to be participants in helping manage the changes that are going to be necessary over time. So get buy-in on the process, and then agreement on how that process will be staffed with people.
One of the things I was wondering about is there's this virtuous loop. I mean, sometimes the super users, they have a parochial or kind of internal view of the need, or they think they know what the long tail users need. A great example might be a supply chain management. It comes out of ERP world, but you might have tens or hundreds of thousands of vendors using it, and you really have no understanding of their challenges. You in finance, you might think this is obvious. TIN numbers, this, it's really easy, and you roll it out, and there's lots of questions. And it's natural for a consulting firm to analyze data and look at, okay, what were the problems? People, we built these 100 flows, these 20 flows to help people, but they got stuck here. Let's add knowledge there. The reason I say that is when you hand the project over to the client, let's say they don't retain you past year one or whatever, and you have those power users, do they create the same kind of virtuous loop of data collection and using end user experiences to inform how they change the content? Do you know what I mean? Because I mean, that's your training as consultants in the space, is to do that, but the clients always don't pick up on that. And I think, again, a tool like ours is a great vehicle, for that, but it is a platform. And after all, the platform needs informed content and the content to change. And I wonder, again, have you seen projects where you handed it off to the client and then they didn't, continually evolve the content? And it's a leading question, because I will say more and more often I'm seeing our partners, they used to come in and sell, our change management practices here for a month or a week, and changing to a managed service. I think we're seeing more training as a service or change management as a service, where, there's a period of effort up front, but then there's a tail to it where they're evolving the content, and this goes on for not months, not weeks, years. And so my question to you is, when you do that handoff, do you find there's a drop off in that analysis iteration loop that's lost in translation, and how do you address that, aside from selling a managed service, which I think is a great thing for the client, for you guys, but sorry, a little bit off the list of questions here, but it's a fascinating topic. I thought I'd ask you both about it. So Ellen, you want to start on this one?
It's a really good one. I think the key is getting knowledge transfer sessions happening with the right people, not just somebody who's the default person to hand it off to, but do you really have the time and the understanding of what will happen if you veer off? Because we handed some things off to a client's marketing team. The marketing people weren't learning and development. Well, they did all sorts of strange things with the content, and they were more interested in the headers and the footers than they were, or the whiz of the bang of it than the instructional design. So I think there needs to be a balance there, and you need to transfer knowledge to the right people that understand what will happen if it goes off the rails.
Yeah, that's interesting. Elena, have you ever had some experiences of that transition to the right people and the wrong people, and what helped you make sure that as Ellen said, the right people are plugged in and are using the information on user experience to inform the design and the content, and how it evolves?
Yeah, totally agree with Ellen. And I think one client I'm thinking about where we actually chose the right person, but what happened was that we hadn't engaged with the line manager to empower that person. So, it was just one of those split-second decisions that we chose the wrong thing, but we quickly put it right, But I think it's not just about the right person, it's making sure that the wider audience and population understand what that roles and responsibility is for that person, and empower them to enable them to continue that. And it may not be just one person, like I mentioned that one with the Centre of Excellence. So there was a whole team of people from the business to the IT, so that you had that complete understanding of the impact. You know, it wasn't just a case of a passion of somebody, oh, I need this to be changed. It was like, what would the implications be for another area? You know, so if you sort of like, if you think of an ERP solution for finance, you know, that could have a huge impact on all the areas of the ERP, not just perhaps AP if they wanted to do something. So it's having that complete understanding and that empowerment.
Do you ever try to create kind of communities of learners? You know, that come on. Obviously, you know, the flows end up getting written by a small group of people. It's not practical to have everyone write flows. You have kind of a chaotic library of information, and no one would maintain them. People would write the flows, and then they'd forget about them, and they'd, you know, so. But going back to the question of like, what do you do to create a community of learners? Because, you know, again, tools like ours allow for lots of feedback in the moment when you're with the flow. You can put in a comment, but that's the feedback's only as good as someone taking it and integrating into the. So how do you broaden that? So again, it's not a small group of people defining the whole experience for everyone, but more people are engaged in bettering the experience. Any best practices on creating a community of learners? I'll call it community of learners. I don't know if that's the term of art, but we'll go with that for the moment. And Helena, why don't you kick this one off? Any thoughts on that? And
yeah, so we very much use our change advocacy programs, the Change Network, and Ellen referred to earlier around you have your change champions and super users, you know, and yes, it could be the same person, but a change champion is very much about the people and the impact on the people, where the super users got more of the technology view. And so when we create the change advocacy, we have very clear roles and responsibilities, and part of that is looking at the training materials and reviewing them and ensuring that they're fit for purpose for their, you know, their peers, but also to invariably part of our knowledge transfer is train the trainer. So we will train those people up on how to use the technology, but also to facilitate training. And quite often it's to be the admin people with Whatfix, you know, so that they're not just there as, or to send a little bit of a message or to feedback. They have that complete sort of empowerment, I use that word quite a bit, to ensure that everything is fit for purpose for everybody within the business. I don't know what you think, Ellen.
I agree with you need to empower them. If you have a community of practice, community of learners, they're, you know, all responsible for the same kind of things or involved in the same steps of the process, they need to know that if somebody makes comments on flows, that somebody, and who knows who they are, will look at those comments, sift through them, you know, and figure out which ones need to be used to update the content and make it better for everyone. So feeling like you're accountable to your community of practice, I think that's the importance of a community of practice, is they know you're there for them and vice versa. And their voices will be heard, their comments will be read, and somebody who knows the best practices will figure out which comments to update into materials and which ones maybe aren't. You know, you got to make a choice. So.
And I guess final question on this section is really, how can, you know, the new methods of learning, like DAP tools, digital adoption tools and other things, you know, how can they influence organization-wide adoption of new technologies? You know, what's the role essentially of tools like ours in really accelerating adoption, or, you know, how do they? We've kind of talked about it throughout this, but maybe to put a point on it, let you wrap up. You know, where do you think they fit in now to the kind of the modern, you know, change management, you know, arsenal, if you will? And
it's so
Ellen,
integrated. I'm just going to give a quick and say they're so important because our world is in real life and virtual and digital, and we've got to make use of all the digital means we have. And this is a super powerful one.
Yeah, totally agree. Nothing to add to that one.
Yeah.
I would say you used the other word in the training in the past was boring, a little bit, and you had, these long manuals and videos and things. And this allows people to jump right in and start using, using tools. So I think that's great. Thanks for that.
I'll end with just saying again about empowering people. Digital adoption platforms empower people. They have problems, they need answers, they go get the answer and they stay working. It's what can be more empowering than that? You don't have to, things don't grind to a halt. So
cool. Wanted to also spend a little time on workforce transformation, and just a quick, kind of lead in is obviously software adoption's, a big problem that we try to solve with tools like ours and what you're solving, right? Employee performance is obviously a big deal. And you're constantly trying to create a workforce that's knowledge heavy and agile enough to navigate new technologies. Example, with most organizations with 200,000 employees are using, the statistics from Blissly, 288 applications on a daily basis. So, I mean, that's a staggering. Even at our own company, we're only 500 users or so, and we have 80 applications that we use. And so, it's just tough to keep track of everything, right? And keep the workforce, skilled on multiple apps and processes. I mean, when you join a new company, there's nobody to train you. They just give you links to, 20 different applications. You're supposed to figure out how to use them on your own. There's not a lot of people to train you. And that is the experience that most people have. It used to be just a startup experience 10 years ago, when, 15 or 20 years ago. Now it's experience everywhere, at the largest companies, you're just expected to kind of navigate all this stuff. And so how do we, help people navigate that landscape and quickly and with a high, kind of impact and engagement, get people to that transition and through new technologies. And the other thing, and the first question I'd ask is, what role does application and user experience, play into this, human performance, employee performance, right? I mean, it's so important to give people a high quality experience. And I guess, what do you do in your projects to kind of solve for that employee experience aspect, so that they get that immediate engagement and high return? And I'll start with you, Han. You want to go first?
Yeah. Well, I was just thinking actually internally, because we've actually brought in a load of people, that sounds terrible, doesn't it? We've had a number of people join us over the last year. So, my line manager started the week of lockdown. So I have never actually met him in person, and you just think you were doing relationships virtually, but people have to learn as well virtually. And so the key, beforehand you'd go into the office, you'd pick your laptop up, you'd sign in and you'd have everything there. But you have to do that in isolation. You have to sit there in your own office, or if you have that luxury, or at the dining table, and then log on, so that guided learning, and we have what we call buddies. So when someone joins, they always have someone that they linked to straight away. And invariably someone who's perhaps been joined in the last 6 months. So they've gone through the same experience, so that they can then have someone to share that experience with and say, this isn't working, I need to do, and then give, you need to raise a ticket, or, just press this button. So you're never going to get away from that interaction with people, but it has to be virtually, but I just think the whole experience of people is relying now on applications and technology. So, we've got to make sure it's right and as accessible as possible for them. And digital is the way to do that, I think.
Yeah.
Well, the other day we were talking a little bit about continuous reskilling and the risk of fatigue, learning fatigue, right? I mean, because it is tiring, you kind of always new apps, the apps are always changing, and IT will make a decision tomorrow, like, hey, out with the old, in with the new, and it's kind of, and it takes time. I mean, even if it's the same HCM system accomplishing the same thing, I mean, and they're head-to-head competitors, and have 80% of the same functionality, 90%, it still takes time to learn to navigate a new application. So, Ellen, what have you done or worked with your clients, on learning fatigue and how to kind of, reduce that experience for people and keep them engaged?
I think it's very real. If a learner is sitting and perceiving their time spent reskilling as not relevant enough, not engaging, not speaking to them, they're going to check out, they're going to start multitasking, and the time they spend is going to be doubly wasted. They're off job and they're really not reskilling. So you want to really minimize that resentment and that the time away from productive work. And so I love it when people say, I liked the bite size. I liked being able to get to it and get away from it, whether that's digital adoption platform content or micro learning content. If you just take them away for a 5-minute video, anything that is useful, relevant, and gets them on their way, I think reduces the fatigue, reduces the overall drag.
One of the things that we try to do is, as you go through we call it the walkthroughs, but a flow where you're, kind of going through a business process, and it might explain what to do, click here, fill this information, but we also link knowledge base information and videos, right? So you're on a step and you get a short video. Maybe it's time to rate an employee, and you kind of forgot, oh geez, what's our rating system? What are the axes and what's the criteria? Quick video to explain that, or what's explaining on a invoice, what a TIN number is, quick video, a quick blurb on that. All of these things, by weaving them together makes for a really seamless experience. And I think that leads to a question, how can, learning teams ensure the employees get a learning experience that's, exceeds what they were used to, that in-person and instructor driven was, pre-pandemic, a lot less of that happening now. And now the people are remote, they're in these hybrid work environments. Like, what do we do? Helena, I appreciate your thoughts on like, what do we do to kind of make it, fun, exciting, engaging, and a good replacement for perhaps the more traditional ways of learning that people are used to. I appreciate your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I think the key is that bite size when it's relevant. You're never going to beat the treat. Well, I call it the treat of going to training. You'd always take the sweets and the chocolate and the cake and the fruit for the healthy people. But it was part of that engagement, it was part of that training experience. We're not going to be able to do that for a very long time. But, there are a number of things you can do. And one thing that we've been really passionate about is having those Zoom or Teams sites where we can do what we call office hours. So we will have the virtual training bite size, because people need to have just sort of 5-10 minutes of training to take it in, but then to have time every day or every other day for people to know that there's someone who's going to be there in a breakout room to answer their questions, to ensure that they've got that human touch still, even though when it's virtual, and I think it's really important, because otherwise people are going to think that they're just left on their own, and we can't have that. We need them to know they're part of a team, and I think in a way, we've had feedback that people actually prefer that. A lot of our clients is Service Cloud on Salesforce. So you've got your customer service representatives, which is really difficult to get them into a day's training anyway. But now they're at home, to give them, oh, don't forget, you've got this 10 minutes of training to do. They can actually do that with pepper in their hand, and then jump on to a breakout session just to say, oh, I found that really easy, or I've got a bit of a sticking point here, So they're actually having that engagement with people as well as learning as much as possible in a fun way when you're virtual.
So the ability to time slice things and make them really digestible, as opposed to, so that's the trade-off, right? When you're instructor-led training, we've all done it. You're just like, after it doesn't matter what you're being trained on. After about an hour, your brain just starts to freeze up, and you just can't absorb any more data, right? We've all been through boot camps. We're joining a new project or company, and you're there for like 8 hours, and beyond hour 2, you're gone, mentally. So yeah, that's great. Just to wrap up with a couple more questions, and we'll kind of open up the to the folks who've dialed in. One question is really around how you guys measure human capital improvements that come from these kind of learning and training things. What are some of the things that you guys have measured before in terms of trying to see if you're getting the financial benefit around a change management project, and where do you go to kind of validate the returns for your clients?
Well, broadly, you can measure components of adoption, participation, and proficiency. So I think we start with those, and then you can do it through analytics. We talked about before the importance of grabbing all that available data, as well as observation in the old-fashioned way, harder virtually. So I think we have to lean heavily on analytics, maybe interviews with people. And then literally we have spreadsheets that collect numbers of learners, the cost of creating content, the cost of errors and correcting them. Through the expense rather. And sure. we tally it up, and you start to look at the measurement of return versus the investment you made in the solution. So, I think you can tell a really great story and back it up with data. Yeah.
We generally measure things like training creation, content creation costs, right? Then the overhead support, that goes down dramatically when you use platforms like ours. 50% easily, because the level 1 support calls go down because there's a lot of self-help built into the project. And then there's the just launching things faster, right? You can reduce the time to launch applications by 30-40% and get 2 to 3 times proficient 2 to 3 times faster. So there's just a massive amount of the ROI is not uncommon to be 10-20x for our projects, and I'm sure the same for yours. And of course, when you have a application and people aren't using it, they tend to shut those things off, and that's not good for that's not good for anyone. So you want to avoid that for sure. I'll close with one question on just the time to productivity. So talking a lot about employee performance and engagement, and it's the time to productivity is really a good measurement of engagement and things like that. So how do you look at time to productivity, Elena, and what do you do to accelerate it, and any other things that you measure on the change effectiveness curve?
Was that to me? Sorry, Stuart.
Yeah, that's fine, Elena, if you want to take this one.
I'm quite happy for Ellen to start that one off if she wants to.
Helen, you want to kick this one off? Yeah.
I'll start with a very important but soft thing, that the time to productivity can be quicker, both with the right relevant content and also the trust that people have that the solution you're serving up to them is accurate. So yeah, trust.
Trust is a big thing. Yep. Blaine, any other comments on the kind of time to productivity and getting people up the learning curve quickly?
Yeah, I think one thing that we've always been surprised at, especially with Sales and Service Cloud, is that you can be going from one CRM into Salesforce, which is quite a different thing, and you think, oh my goodness, it's going to take these people forever, And one that sticks in my mind is they were really concerned about their average handling time, because they knew it was going to increase dramatically because of the length of time it's going to take them. But because we'd empowered them, we'd given them the training at the right, just in time, just before they were going to go live. It only took them, I think it was 3 days before the average handling time had gone back. Actually, it was lower than beforehand. And I just think it was ensuring that the right people had the right training and they felt empowered, I'm going to use that word again, to actually go and be confident to go and use that system, which, just seems to work.
Awesome. So I'll open it up. Preeti, I think you had some questions for us. And Pranjali, if you want to start.
Definitely, we have some really interesting questions from the audience. Great session. So the first question that is there is, do you worry about setting expectations too high for what the system will deliver?
Yeah, I think you need to be very clear and let people know that. Helena gave a wonderful example of switching from one CRM to another where it only took them 3 days, but that probably wasn't highlighted as something that would happen. They were very pleased when it did. So I think you have to be somewhat conservative, realistic, and tell people this is what we're shooting for. And we may wobble a bit, but then we're going to get, we're going to get to the place we need to be productivity wise.
Helena, your thoughts?
Yeah, it's all about honesty. One of the quotes that we have is we always, we've got to get this right, under promise and over deliver. So we, from the experience we have and with the project teams we work with, we know, what is reasonable. And so you have to be open and honest with people. And then, you have that confidence that you will deliver.
Okay. So here's another question. What do you think about a change network for a program versus having a persistent change network that continues across other initiatives?
Program-specific change networks.
Yep.
Helena made an important distinction earlier that change champions are there for the people, and program or process super users are those who are kind of into the process. So I think change champions might be able to move, but it probably depends on the impacted users. They could move from program to program if they were very proficient at it and really liked that idea of being a change champion. But that might not be everyone's cup of tea across impacted users that they don't feel a connection to.
Quick follow-up question to that. Obviously, so if it's a sales ops person and they started in CRM, they may not be the person to take on an ERP project. So persona-wise, the people who make for good cross-application, cross-functional, cross-organizational change champions, which presumably are great people to get to know because they're wonderful, long-term advocates. Are they best from an IT perspective, a learning and development perspective, someone in HR? Where do they come from? Where do those kind of broad perspective change agents come from, typically in your experience?
I think you have to be careful. IT are brilliant. I love working with them. We work in technology, but sometimes they don't always have that people view on the world.
Yeah.
So as a super user, absolutely. And I think it's critical. So whenever we do a change network, we always include IT because it's absolutely imperative because we rely on them all the time.
Sure.
But from a people perspective, for a change champion, it's better to have it from someone that the end users are familiar with. So totally endorse what Ellen said. It has to be program specific. We did try it in one of our big programs to have it at a higher level because there was 27 different projects running.
Right.
But what we would end up having is those change champions actually couldn't do their day job because they were so busy trying to understand what was going on. So then they end up becoming program people rather than actual change champions within their business. So it's about what's best for the client and how they want to approach it, really. And I don't endorse having 27 programs on the go. So.
That makes sense. Jolly, what's our next question?
Yeah, so I think this is the last question from the audience. What is the best way to measure degree of success, effectiveness of the knowledge transition when it is done remotely to a diverse audience, like from US to China or US to Taiwan?
So it was a double part question.
Yep.
And
it's about me to reiterate?
Yeah.
What is the best way to measure degree of success or effectiveness of the knowledge transition when it is done remotely to a diverse audience? That's basically the question is. And they have mentioned few territories, US to China, US to Taiwan in their particular case.
Got it.
Wow.
Yeah, that's a good question.
It is. I think it's a complicated one. So I said we probably won't cover it all. We won't be able to respond to it all. But just to start the conversation, having people engaged from all those regions, the transition from and the transition to points, working together, getting to know each other during the project so that they're familiar with work styles and habits and ways of communication, I think will go a long way. Then you can get to measuring it, and you can probably use analytics from a number of sources, maybe the solutions you're implementing, the DAP, and that can help measure what's if you've been successful. Yeah.
Ellen, what percentage of your programs are global in nature? And when I say global, I mean, multi-language. I think we'll use that as the definition of,
Wow. A lot. If the company, certainly if the community or the company or their extended, if it's including suppliers or customers, probably well more than half are global for me these days. So.
Right. Helena, similar experience?
Yeah, definitely. And I think just to add on to what Ellen was saying about the knowledge transfer is to start it early. So if you've got those people engaged within the program, but also to ensure that they understand each other's languages. One thing that I've learned big style while working with Whatfix is that not all technologies translate into the common language, so there has to be an understanding of what that means, because if just one word could be translated totally wrong, you get total misalignment, so it's important that there is clarity and translation and a common language that they all speak, so that you can ensure that knowledge transfer is accurate.
Here's a nuanced question, but we have a minute. I'm interested in addition to the language aspect, which you can use our editor and you can use tools to adjust the language. Is there industrial design changes that sometimes have to be made? And that sounds weird. You would think that everybody would want to go through an application with the same set of steps and the same kind of positioning of the information, etc. But do you find that you actually have to even go to the extent of changing the industrial design or changing the knowledge points of integration into that walkthrough, if you will, into that flow, so that because different regions have different levels of understanding of the process to begin with, so they might need more scaffolding, more information brought into it, and they may just interact with the application differently. Is that that's a level of customization you don't get involved with?
I'll quickly say that it's important to get input from local representatives of the end users and actually have them help you localize the need, placement, level of detail. I don't want to create many variations that have to be maintained, but if it's culturally necessary, there's a case for it.
Yeah, totally.
Awesome. That's amazing. I think we have a lot more questions, but with the time crunch, we will have to part our ways through this session. So just parting comments from you folks.
Any final thoughts, Ellen? Want to start?
Oh, well, sure. This has been a dynamic conversation, and it's kind of nice to know that the stories they transcend countries and organizations we work with and applications, but all throughout we heard this importance of empowering people, and digital adoption platforms certainly do that.
Thanks. And Helena?
Yeah, well, firstly, thank you very much for having me. It's been really good fun getting a new friend with Ellen, which is great. But yeah, it is just to advocate what Ellen said, it doesn't really matter where you're working or who you're working with. It's always about the people. We are doing transformation for them, and we want to engage with them, and we want to ensure that we empower them and give them the confidence to drive that and continue that sustainment of that change for them.
And I'll just wrap up by saying we value our relationships with our consulting and systems integration partners, because they know the apps the best. They know the clients the best. You've been working with these clients sometimes for decades, and you're experts in the area of getting people through these transformations and change management, and making sure they have the tools that they need, and marrying technologies like ours with that people processes that are so important. So thanks for sharing your experiences and your time, and we really appreciate it. Thanks, Elaine and Ellen. Look forward to seeing you again on another panel someday soon.
Same here.
Thanks.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
As the panel said, one thing that stayed with me from this session was this transformation is not being done to us. It is being done for us. It's such an impactful takeaway from this session. And as panel said, it's beautiful how we have adopted a complete digital environment and have found our ways through almost every challenge that we faced virtually. So I think in a nutshell, we became superheroes. So I would like to throw in this poll to find out what our superheroes are wearing as their costumes. Poll on your screen. Hand on heart, are you wearing your PJs right now? Because that's the new superhero costume I have heard. Let's see how interesting our audience is. Just another 10 seconds. Come on. Choose your costumes wisely. Awesome. These times have changed a lot of things for us, and I'm sure like our workwears are something that all of us have experienced and made our way through it, right? So okay, business casuals on top, PJs on the bottom. That's for win here, pretty close. And there are a few folks, to my surprise, who have chose to always stick to formal clothes. That's amazing. Kudos to you guys. Let's move on to our next session. I would like to call upon my colleague host, Arbaz, to join me for the next session.
Thanks, Pranjali. Actually, that was an absolutely power-packed discussion with a lot of learning points coming in from all our panelists, be it Helena or Ellen or even Stuart for that sake as well. So thank you so much to our panelists for that insightful session and also helping us understand the entire journey, the challenges, the solutions in the technology adoption and change management cycle as well. Well, we're just 3 sessions down for today and there's still so much in store for you. So just stay on your seats, don't leave us, and you will be in awe of today's Digital Adoption Day. And without any further ado, let's move forward to our next session, which is Unlock the Full Potential of Enterprise Software, the Digital Adoption Framework. And for this, we have on stage Prakhar Jain and Sujay Chaudhary. So guys, over to you now.
Thanks a lot, Arbaz. Thank you everyone for joining us today. I'm sure the day has been quite action-packed for you guys with a plethora of sessions happening one after another. I'm pretty sure some of you might be joining us right now. Some of you might be continuing from previous sessions. So for those of you who are new, just want to very quickly highlight that we are amidst a Digital Adoption Day right now, which is hosted by Whatfix. We are a market leader in the digital adoption platform space, and we bring you the Digital Adoption Day on a plethora of topics related to digital adoption, transformation, and so on. So in our session today, we're going to be talking about another very interesting topic on how do you maximize the ROI of your enterprise software with the digital adoption framework. And before we actually get into the details of the topic itself, let me quickly introduce myself as your host. My name is Prakhar Jain. I am the Senior Director of Global Sales at Whatfix. I joined Whatfix as the first official employee of the company. So it's been a while I've been here. Back in 2014 was the time when I came on board. And that time we were often confused with what digital adoption platforms actually were. Not that we didn't exist, but it was often confused with a customer experience software or an onboarding software or a training software. So I've been fortunate enough to see this journey very closely, working with analysts, several Fortune 1000 customers in the industry to evangelize digital adoption platforms as a network and bring them and make them more mainstream. Now, joining me today on the panel is Sujoy, who is my co-host. And Sujoy, I'll let you make a quick introduction to yourself before we jump right in. Sujoy, you are on mute. That's the tagline for 2020 and now has continued into 2021 as well. So over to you.
Thank you, Prakhar. So first of all, welcome guys to this awesome session. And I'd like to introduce myself. I am Sujoy. I joined Whatfix about 1.5 years ago in a kind of a different way. I used to have my own startup, which was present in the personalization space. We used to personalize content on websites and show content contextually. At that point of time, digital adoption was something I was not very much familiar with. And this is where I got to know about Whatfix. And then we kind of worked out a deal. And then my startup was acquired by Whatfix altogether. And since then, I have been here trying to understand from all Whatfix customers what their business goals are, working together with them to define their business objectives, set up the criteria for their success in their digital adoption initiatives, and above all, help them calculate ROI that they expect from these kind of initiatives. So looking forward to use this day to talk more about this. So Prakhar, do you want to start with a big picture of where the digital adoption is right now?
Yeah, absolutely, Sujoy. Thanks a lot for that quick intro. So jumping into the topic, guys, before we address the elephant in the room, let's just spend a few minutes on understanding where the challenge actually lies and why is a digital adoption framework needed in the first place. So if you look at enterprise applications globally, the global spend on software will be around $550 billion. And now that's not us. It's one of the leading analyst firms, Gartner, saying that on how much we are spending on technology. Digital transformation has actually been on the boardroom agenda for several enterprises. It has only accelerated during this pandemic for everyone, and it has been on the boardroom agenda for so many companies out there. That does mean that for any problem or a challenge that an enterprise encounters, you take the resort to purchasing an application to solve it. That also means that the total application stack growth, if you see from last year, has been about 10.5%. Yes, there have been so many talks around budget cuts globally. Still, the world is going digital, and that's the new normal with a remote or a hybrid workforce that we see that these spends continue to increase. Now, let's delve a little more into some of these stats. Next slide, please. So Joy, why don't you throw some more light, and what do you think about this when we talk about the increase of several different applications that are being utilized in an enterprise?
Definitely, Prakhar. So one of the biggest changes we have seen in the past couple of years has been in the trend of adoption of software. And the spend on software has increased by as much as 50% in just the last 2 years. Yes, COVID-19 did play an impact, but this trend has been going on for a while now. The growth in spend on software has been consistent over the past few years, if not like over a decade. And this is going to continue to grow. And not only is there an increase in software spend, there's an also increase in the number of apps that companies are using. The number of applications used by organizations worldwide have increased 30% over the last couple of years as well. If you have to put a number to it, an average 2,000 people enterprise right now uses close to 300 software applications. What do you think, Prakhar? Isn't that insane?
Yeah, it absolutely is. And we're throwing a lot of stats at people right now. So I think we'll have to quantify a little bit as well. 288 is the total number of applications when we say, and we at Whatfix today are about a 500 employee company. We use about 85 to 90 applications on our own. And again, I'm going to prove that with data. So let's go to the next slide. Now, if you were thinking that what these applications might be, this is a typical tech stack for a normal employee in an enterprise. And if you see the entire life cycle of an employee, it starts from, let's say, I could be a hiring manager or a person who helps with interviews. So I have to interact with the applicant tracking systems where I have to key in the interview data for candidates, add my notes. I use something like an Office 365 or a G Suite from an email standpoint. I definitely check my goals and performance reviews and vacation balances using an HCM. I want to upskill myself, so I use an LMS. I could also be function specific, so I use a CRM to check my customer data on a day-to-day basis. I collaborate with some of the other teams using Zoom, Slack, and some of the other technologies like Jira, etc. So this is just a typical enterprise stack. Now, if you double click on this and if you go function specific to see, does that make a difference? If you look at what a seller goes through on a day-to-day basis or a salesperson goes through, it doesn't change a lot. A salesperson, as per a recent Gartner report, suggests that a salesperson utilizes about 13 to 15 applications on a daily basis. So again, the challenge remains from creating an opportunity in a CRM to finding out the code, to getting a contract executed, storage of it, invoicing, your commission applications, and finally getting paid. There are so many applications that a salesperson uses, and it just can get overwhelming with time. So next slide, please. Let's quickly discuss why does it get overwhelming? The training is there. Every organization is doing its bit to provide the most adequate form of training they can. There are collaterals being created. So why is it a challenge? Well, the reality is that traditional classroom training is non-existent. Now, the sample size we've taken here is 2,000 employees plus. And even if you have to train a team of 400 people on a common training session, is not possible in a remote setting that easily. In a classroom setting, again, it becomes even harder, also because these workforces could be in different locations, and it makes it all the more challenging to impart that form of training. In today's world, where everyone is remote and the attention span is so little, the information discovery time continues to increase. There is no peer-to-peer help available immediately. I can't buddy up with my colleague Sujoy, who knows so much about applications, and figure out a result in no time because Sujoy is in a different city altogether. We're not in the same office anymore, and that's going to be the new normal. Learners are disengaged. Whenever a training is happening, again, stats do suggest that usually learners are multitasking. That means the attention span is lesser and the knowledge retention continues to reduce with time. And that does mean that there's a lot of overhead on your internal support teams whenever any training is imparted, because the support queries continue to shoot up. Now, these challenges don't make lives easy. So how do we solve it? Digital adoption platforms have definitely been one of the solutions, and we're going to be talking about that framework on what works. So let's go to the next slide, please. Now, before I just introduce you to the framework itself, I'm sure while we were discussing this, some of the questions that come to your mind include, how do you go about improving software adoption in your enterprise? How do you empower your users to make the most out of technology that is available? Because you've made a significant investment, you want to make sure that technology is being adopted well as well. And how do you deliver a seamless experience at the same time in order to drive engagement? So for that, let me quickly introduce the analyze, build framework that we have. And we're going to be diving very deep into it. But over to Sujoy. Why don't you give us a high-level overview, Sujoy, and then let's pick up these pieces one by one.
Sure, Prakhar. So what we call the analyze build framework is basically a step-by-step approach in identifying how to unlock value from your application. So it starts with the first step of analyze. Analyze is where you first of all create a strategy for what's most important for you for the application. And this includes several aspects. First of all, you have to identify your end users, right? So who are the end users for whom you are building this application, or for whom you are deploying this application? If the end users are like the entire organization, then you might have to maybe segment them into different type of users. Let's take a simple example of an HCM software. So if you are coming up with a new software for all your employees' payroll needs, compensation needs, performance reviews, and general employee management and stuff, you would easily identify that the content has to be different for the HR folks who will be administering all the data within the system, the line managers who will be responsible for conducting performance reviews and stuff, and then the frontline executives who would be just using the application to check their information or update their financial stuff at certain times of the year. So you have to, when you think of these kind of users, you have to think about what's important for all of these three together. Okay, so that's one important aspect of analyzing what you have to build, right? The second most important factor which we have seen work is trying to understand how much time the users spend in the application, or will they be logging into the application every day? If yes, will they be like spending their entire day on it? If yes, then again, you have to think about it differently. The experience of the users matters more if they are going to spend a lot of time over there. Similarly, if the users are going to log in maybe just once a day, but they are going to use it for maybe transactional stuff, you have to think about that a bit in a bit different way. And then if the users are going to log in, let's say less frequently, maybe once a year or so, then you know that every time the user logs in, you have to make sure that they are well trained in terms of using the software. Uh, there are resources available. There is content available for them uh, to check out stuff if they kind of get stuck somewhere in between. So all of these things matter. What we have also found out is that the first moment of value matters. Prakhar, do you want to talk a bit about that?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, for different applications, it could be so different, right? So, Joy, like you mentioned, the first moment of value I can think of in CRM could be as simple as, users trying to add the first lead or the opportunity. I mean, I would take a step even before that because, by default, the password that Salesforce sets for you is a mixture of some characters and hashes that is impossible for you to remember. So you want to first probably go ahead and change that. That's a 7-step process itself, which users tend to forget. And there's so many queries piling up on how do I change my password. In an HCM, it could be something different. It could be, let's say as an employee, I joined the organization today. It could be something as simple as updating my latest address or the phone number or the marital status for that matter inside the application. And some of those aspects are just, key. And that can be the first moment of value as an example for the application where these tasks become so useful for the users. So Joy, actually, while we're talking about the first moment of value, there are so many areas of digital friction in general as well. I think it's important for us to highlight a little bit on those critical junctures. And maybe do you want to throw some light on that for our audience today?
Definitely. So areas of digital friction are those critical junctures where users might be needing help with certain processes. So let's take the example of the first step of value in an HCM, right? So where if you want users to, let's say, update their contact information or marital status, you want to know that these are the different steps that users are going to take, and these are the points where they might fail. So these are some of the important things you have to consider. Let's take another example, the same thing that we discussed last time about the frequency of login. So if the users are logging in every day, even if you make a slight change in the user experience anytime later, it has the potential to impact the end user's productivity. And you might not want to risk that very often. So you have to be careful about making sure that these things are done really well. Whereas if most of the users are logging into the application a few times a year, okay, not that frequently, they might need assistance with the process every time they log in. Okay, and there are cases where the users might have to record some of their critical transactions, where if they make any kind of errors in the processes, it might cost the company a lot of money. It can be in terms of regulatory compliance. It can be in terms of simple errors of the customer that might escalate into something big. So you have to be careful about all those kind of stuff. So the aim of this exercise is not to scare you. It's just to make you conscious about some of the aspects of digital adoption. What also we have seen work along with identifying areas of digital friction is trying to measure progress from time to time. It's important to set up your success goals in the early stage of your application setup. And this is where you have to identify key workflows and then the right metrics to measure how the users are progressing against those kind of workflows. You can also find out what are the stages where the users are more likely to drop off, and then have a strategy around how to make sure that these drop-offs don't become a problem later. Once you have all these together, you can leverage all of these insights to build your end users experience. And this is where we come to the next stage called build. Prakhar, you want to talk more about the stages of build?
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks a lot, Sujoy. So again, analysis comes up with a lot of insights, and whatever insights we gain here ultimately leads on to help you as an organization build those experiences. Now, those can be built for a variety of use cases, like you see on the screen as well. It's related to onboarding. It could be related to training, support, automation, change management, and so on. But how do you go about building the content itself? Few parameters to keep in mind is that you want to make sure that it simplifies the experience for your users, and only that will help you improve adoption. Again, if the content is confusing, if the content is long enough, it's not in the moment of need, the engagement becomes questionable. So you want to make sure that there is the right mix of the workflows that you're creating that is in the moment of need. You also have to consider from an onboarding perspective, there are a variety of users you're creating this for. So there could be new users who have just joined the system. There could be users who have been in the system long enough. And behaviorally, these users might be different as well. Some would be very enthusiastic to adapt a new technology, and some will always resist to change. So you have to think that how can you make the process as seamless as possible? And that is one of the key aspects to consider while you're looking at this. Now, if you look at some of the other aspects while you're building this, could be any training that you create. You have to think of who is it being created for. Now, while the audience is measured in a variety of ways, and you're looking at, okay, these are the sort of users I'm doing this for, you can create the training using instructor-led training. You can have very well-designed training videos. You can have hands-on simulations. You can have instructional videos, all of that created, and that's sort of giving you some form of guidance and training inside the application. If your users set is very, very large, you also might want to think about how to make the entire process self-serve. Because again, reaching out to your users in a classroom setup is not possible anymore. So the easiest possible way to get the content available to them will ensure maximum adoption as well. And you also want to think about whatever content you're creating as a part of training, can that be retained in an easy manner? Because the forgetting curve is real. 70% of what is taught to us in the first 2 weeks is forgotten in the time frame of transition, and by the time users get hands to their application. So that's a very important point to consider on how can you take care of that. And from a support standpoint too, when you actually look at what are the sort of support queries we're getting that you would have analyzed already in the models Sujoy mentioned. So it's important for you to look at those L1 queries and start converting them into some form of training and content as well. And how can we solve that? And is there a scalable way to answer those questions? So these are some of the framework questions to keep in mind when you actually look at it. Of course, there are automation pieces as well, and there are several other change management cases as well. But before just adding my purview, I want to pass on to Sujoy to see if he has any thoughts on the build framework too.
Yeah, certainly. So definitely what we have seen is there are different ways in which you have to leverage the build framework. Another important aspect here is make announcements and surveys. So why announcements? So if you have, let's say, created a software in-house, you will be coming across feedback from users all the time, and you'll be deploying changes every few weeks. The average rate of deployment of changes we have seen has ranged from as short as once every 1 week or 2 weeks to as long as sometimes 6 months or so. But you have to make sure that whenever these changes happen, all the users are aware about that, and they are able to adapt themselves to these changes as quickly as possible with the least friction, right? So this is where you have to think about how to make your right users fully aware of the changes made to the application. You might also want to consider thinking about how to communicate with these end users. Do you want to send an announcement all of a sudden to the entire set of users, or would you want to do that in phases so that when the users go about adopting these new features, you can also measure them by using cohorts or something. This is applicable not only to in-house software, this is applicable to third-party software as well. Whenever you use something new, you have to make sure that whenever there are some changes, the resistance to that is as less as possible. And then comes the aspect of surveys. So we have seen quite a few times the application owners want to take feedback from end users about their experience with the application. And this is what you have to consider doing as periodically as possible, so that you are aware about the latest changes in the voice of your users. The final aspect I wanted to touch about is automation. Automation is basically a boon for users if it is introduced at the right time. It is helpful in trying to picturize whether the user can automatically complete a workflow on their own, or can we introduce something in the system so that we can assist them complete it on their own, so that it saves them time. So these are like, I know this can be overwhelming, but we wanted to make this as comprehensive as possible so that you can use a build framework for your approach. After the build framework, we come back again to the analyze stage, and this time analyze is different. So like we showed you, the process was cyclical, right? So you have to keep analyzing, then building, and then going back to the analyze stage, and then again build. So why do we have to go back to the analyze stage? So this is the stage where you actually measure the success of your implementation. And there are several different ways of doing that. One is definitely by tracking end user interaction. You can use any kind of analytics tools, which gives you insights about the user behavior, where they are going in the application, where they are spending most amount of time, and all that kind of stuff. Once you have got some kind of insights over there, you can also look at the most and least used content. So the reason I'm saying that is it because it helps you identify areas where the users can be delivered the highest amount of value. So if they are using some aspects of your application more, and you think that they need more assistance over there, you can prioritize your energy and your resources on those things rather than the entire application as such. It helps you deliver the right value as quickly as possible and to the widest audience possible. The third aspect here is again collecting user feedback. A few minutes ago, I was asking you about thinking of ways to collect user feedback. Here, it's basically the same thing, but here we talk more about the numerical analysis of this feedback, and then kind of going to the next stage. And that's you basically using insights to optimize the content further. And then finally, this is something that you have to do again and again, is measure progress. So once you have tracked, once you have identified high and low areas, once you have analyzed user feedback, and once you have optimized your content, keep measuring your progress, where you are going with the software and where you need to improve. Well, at this point, I would like Prakhar to conclude.
Yeah, absolutely. So Joy, thanks a lot. So again, the whole process, guys, is all around analyzing your audience first, analyzing the users you are planning to create content for, understanding the applications in scope, going from understanding the applications to identifying the possible areas of digital friction. Then you go around measuring the progress, And with all the insights that you collect, you actually go ahead with a build framework that we discussed, which is all around your onboarding, change management, how do you make the whole process self-serve, add automation like Sujoy mentioned, and consider for any changes and announcements that you continue to make to the application as well. And once that whole experience is sort of complete, you go back to analyzing that data and seeing how it's faring. So tracking the user interaction, checking the engagement with the content, gathering user feedback on the areas of improvement, measuring the progress and repeating. So it's a loop that continues. So it's not a one-time process, but it's an iterative process. The framework need not be considered as one time and fixed, but it's a loop that continues. And the idea is to improve the experience for your users, reduce the support queries, and give them the most optimal usage of the application in the best way possible. And you can do that with this particular framework in the format that we described. So that's all we wanted to cover as a part of the session today. Would love to see if you guys have any questions for us. Arbaz, do we have any questions?
Yes, Prakhar and Sujoy. So we have a couple of questions that have come in from our audience today. And let's start with the first one. The first one being, can you give an example of how a customer has applied the analyze build framework? So maybe
Sure,
Sujoy can take that and yeah.
Yeah. Sujoy, please go ahead. I think you're better equipped to answer that for sure.
Sure. I think one of the most interesting scenarios I've seen is where a customer had to deploy an HCM to its wild field of employees. So they had like thousands of employees who were going live with a new application, and when they did this deployment for the first time, the number of support tickets they were getting from users was through the roof. They were getting like thousands of queries per week, just asking about how do I change my address, or how do I change my contact number, or how do I apply leave in the system. And the team responsible for implementing this software was the L&D team along with the HR team. And they were going nuts about how to manage all these queries, right? So this is where they started, first of all, identifying the problem. They started recognizing that they have deployed a lot of modules in their HCM. Maybe they had to be more specific, but now they could not change that, but at least they could find out the source of the highest number of support tickets and then address them one by one. So this is where they became strategic, and then they identified the top frequently asked questions, which could be automatically answered. And once they started doing that, things started changing. The number of support tickets started getting reduced. Of course, it didn't happen immediately. It took its time. But after 1 year of continuously applying this framework, they were at a point where the number of support tickets was, not at least in their top 5 problems. So just within a year, this changed from being a problem number 1 to being outside the top 5.
Got it. Perfect. I guess that answers the question. And you kind of shed light on all the challenges and all the solutions that came into the picture as well. So moving on to our next question. The next question says, what are the different metrics to consider while measuring the ROI of a digital adoption implementation? So maybe Sujoy can take it up and then we can have thoughts from Prakhar as well.
Sure. I think there is not a defined list of metrics. Okay, the number of metrics they can go on and on, but maybe I can talk about the most common among them. So the most common metric we have seen is reducing your onboarding time. So, and now onboarding time can be maybe also defined as ramp up time or time to proficiency of employees. So this is something Prakhar might be able to relate to. When a new salesperson joins on board, they take 6 to 7 weeks. Let's take an example. Okay, you might have noticed that a new salesperson takes 6 to 7 weeks in becoming productive enough so that they can handle their customer calls on their own. Okay, practically I have seen this duration being even longer. So if you use a digital adoption platform, you might first want to consider that over time, the ramp up time of employees it goes down, right? So if it has been 6 to 7 weeks earlier, it can be maybe 3 to 4 weeks after 1 year of implementing the analyze build framework the right way.
Yeah, maybe I'll chime in as well. I think a lot here depends on the business use case itself, the type of application, the users who are interacting with the application. So like on the sales side, like Sujoy mentioned, reducing sales support and increasing sales productivity is a big one. If you look at contact center applications, there could be more around, how can we save the cost of end user training? If you're talking about, insurance companies who have a lot of temp workers, 1099 workers or seasonal agents who actually join only for a shorter duration, spending all that money in training for them is not very cost effective. So how do you basically reduce the overall time to train them and make the whole application self-serve itself? So again, reducing the cost of content creation, saving time on training, saving man hours of training. There could be so many, and it's a very comprehensive exercise that can actually be done on a case-to-case basis.
Perfect.
Yeah, and I'll actually like to add to that as well. The aspects we mentioned are maybe strategic in nature, but we have seen even bigger goals being solved for using adoption. We have seen that if user attrition is a big problem, if employee attrition is a problem. So one of the reasons for employee attrition can be that the software they interact with is not up to the mark, and they kind of don't enjoy their work when they don't have the right software to do their job correctly. So this is where digital adoption is now becoming an increasing priority for leaders responsible for employee experience. So we have seen metrics go from being very high level strategic to being short term and at a team level as well.
Got it. Perfect. So the next question is for Prakhar. And the question is, can you elaborate on how automation is possible in learning with a digital adoption platform?
Yeah, absolutely. So again, if you look at the sort of tasks related to application training, you can classify them into routine and non-routine tasks. Okay. Routine tasks are the ones that you probably do on a daily basis. You don't need training on it because you just familiarize yourself with it. You're doing it so many times, you just remember it. Non-routine ones are the ones where you might need help with. So in our sales world, I'll give you an example. I don't have to create a report every day, but weekly I have to submit data for my team to my boss. Now, doing that, there are certain fields sometimes that you want to get to, but it's not that easy always in an application where you're making so many changes rapidly to figure out what's where. So a level of automation in the workflow where, let's say, the entire workflow is 15 steps, but 10 steps of it are automated because they were just simple clicks. It takes me to the point of user input where I can just add the key details to that particular piece and go on from there. So that entire task that would have otherwise taken me 15 minutes to complete now gets completed in less than 5 minutes because a wide part of that workflow was automated. Another example I can give you is where, let's say you want to create a report and nothing needs to be input. It's standard fields. You do that on and on again. You don't even need to touch it. You just automate the whole task and the report gets generated to you at a particular time. So it's just so appealing from that perspective that automation can make lives of learners so much easier. And yeah, there could be a debate around it as well, that is it making you lazy? Is it opposed to the concept of making users learn the application? I don't know. My take here is it's making you productive. It's getting you to the task and the end outcome faster. And if that's what the world is moving towards, if that's what the applications are moving towards, if that's what Noise wants you to do, I think that's the right approach as well. Hope that answers the question though.
Yeah, I hope That does. And okay, moving on to the next question, another question for Prakhar. And the question is, with technology growth being so rapid, how long do you think digital adoption will last before another product emerges to disrupt? Or what is the next version of digital adoption?
Yeah, that's an awesome question. I would have jumped on it if you gave it to Sujoy. So, think of it as this. Any new technology that comes into the world is always when a change, massive change happens globally, and it's actually replacing a legacy one or another one. Okay. Are digital adoption platforms replacing another technology? I'm not sure. It's just complementing so many different things together. Not fully sure on if it does. But if you just look at the market, if you just look at overall how companies are now looking to add digital transformation as a part of their boardroom agenda, the first step to that strategy is digital adoption. The technology landscape is so massive in any Fortune company today that companies are spending millions and millions of dollars on an application. And if you don't realize the returns on the multi-million dollars you are paying to a third-party ISV vendor, it's a massive change project again to replace them with another vendor and do the same exercise from scratch. Nobody wants that. Digital adoption platforms these days are being considered the insurance policy for these massive implementations at the back end to make sure these deployments become successful. And if you don't use the app, I often get this question in my head. If we don't use a digital adoption platform, how else would we promote the training in the moment of need in a self-serve manner, in an automated manner, inside the application? There have been so many theories around the 70-20-10 model of learning. There have been theories around promoting learning in the flow of work, propagated initially by Josh Person at Deloitte, and then now so many different companies have adopted it. And a digital adoption platform is promoting all of that in real time. It's making users practice, it's making users learn, and it's imparting the training in the moment of need. So to answer the question, it's a long answer to a short question, but definitely I feel digital adoption platforms are here to stay.
Joy, any thoughts to add to that?
I totally agree with Prakhar, and I think he has put it together brilliantly. So why I'm very bullish about digital adoption is basically the employees these days, as Prakhar mentioned earlier during the session as well, right? A lot of us will be multitasking right now, right? We don't have that much attention span to figure out how a software works and then try to understand the different nuances of it, and then trying to understand whether I'm doing things right, or waiting for someone to respond to any kind of queries I have regarding that, right? So the future is moving to everything being self-serve. Our cars are moving to a self-serve model, right? We are being autonomous over there. Every aspect of our life is trying to be more self-serve, and that's the thing which will happen with software as well. So digital adoption platforms are gonna be there in the future for sure, and they're only gonna get better with time as more and more employees start using more and more software for making themselves more productive.
I would just share with the audience, Arbaz, because Sujoy brought that up. There's a terminology we use internally at Whatfix when we are sort of innovating new products and functionalities, which is consumerizing the end user experience. Like, I'm pretty sure nobody in our audience today had any training on how to use the app Uber or Amazon, because it's just so simple. It's so basic. But are our enterprise applications the same way, or is there an easy way to make them a simple consumer experience that people could figure out what they wanted to as well? And it's not that easy. Digital adoption platforms are consumerizing that user experience inside the application.
Yeah, I guess you guys perfectly summed it up and answered the question in depth. So we'll move on to the next question. This question is from Vernel Vinson, and the question is, how long does it generally take less technology savvy employees to learn and implement digital adoption?
Yeah, Vernel, I'll take a stab at it and then let Sujoy go on it as well. It's made for people like me. I am not technology savvy at all. All I can do is probably type in English on a system. That's all I'm good at. But this is made for people who are not tech savvy, you do not require any coding. This is more point and click, plug and play stuff that we are all referring to. The platform is based on a browser extension that allows you to create content, but we're just talking capturing screens. If you can navigate through the application, you can create walkthroughs in no time as well. Whatfix has also come up with a certification program internally to ensure that we are evangelizing digital adoption platform as a category and helping people out there to be experts with the product. So that's an option available as well. But if you're asking the overall time frame of how much time does it take, few weeks to implement, absolutely depends on the scope of how many applications you have in scope, how much content you want to create on it, how many users from your end would be involved in that content creation process, and so on. So it's an absolute framework, like from ideation to build to, again, deploy. It can range from as short as 2 weeks and can go up to a couple of months as well, depending on the content you have. So Joy, anything you would like to add?
I think, yeah, you have again put it together really well, Prakhar. The time frame depends on how targeted the content is. If you have understood your end users well, if you have understood what are the areas of friction, where are the areas where they need more learning, then creating content takes no time. What a digital adoption platform does is reduce all the friction that is there in creating the content and deploying it on top of the application. So that as soon as you have identified what's important for your users and what's the content you have to deliver to them, you can create it faster than say typing an email. Okay, so the time frame depends on how your understanding of the user pain points and how quickly are you willing to address that.
Cool, perfect. So I guess we'll just take one more question and then wrap it up. The question is, in the current hybrid environment, how can I implement the digital adoption framework to our current LMS and virtual training-based learning model? So maybe Sujoy can start and Prakhar can take that.
Sure. So a hybrid model, again, it depends on the scale in which you are trying to train your end users. So if the users are not that many, if you have, let's say, only 10 users to train, you can spend a good amount of personal time with them. But if the number of these users are going to be, let's say, in hundreds or thousands, you have to identify these things that in a hybrid environment, maybe you can bring them together in a classroom and you can take them through each and every process. So you have to budget some time for that. You have to allocate resources for that. And after that, you also have to make sure that what is taught in these kind of environments, those are understood by the users and that knowledge is retained throughout, right? So this is where a digital adoption platform becomes necessary in making sure that when the user has gone through the sessions and let's say they are at their leisure time and they are like, okay, what was that thing that I learned? How do I exactly do that in the software, right? So that's where they consult self-help, they use an interactive walkthrough, or they just hover around the software and just look at some kind of smart tips that give them more information about the content. There are n number of ways in which this can be done. So yeah, that's my perspective about it. What do you think about that, Prakhar?
Yeah, so Joy, my purview is there are other ways as well, but when the world is moving towards Instagram Shorts, YouTube Shorts, Reels, and TikTok videos, and bite-sized content is the need of the hour. The struggle is no user has the time to watch a 20-minute video to figure out that the answer to their query lies at the 8th minute of the video. You would still have to watch those 20 minutes. You would probably pause several times. You would have distractions twice or thrice, and you'll probably have to watch it thrice to be able to get the answer. So it's tough. So bite-sized content in the form of micro learning inside the application available in the moment of need. is what this is promoting. And, for the LMSPs, like you were highlighting, it's so easy for you to forget something, but to get to that point immediately is just so easy. And I think that bit is making a lot of difference for the users with the implementation of something like this.
Right. So I guess that's it from the questions today. And thank you so much, Prakhar and Sujoy, for helping our audience understand the digital adoption framework and kind of let them understand how they can find full potential from their enterprise applications. So thank you so much once again. And yeah.
Thanks a lot, Arbaz, for hosting us.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Arbaz. It was great coming here.
Yeah. Likewise. Okay, audience. So our sessions have talked a lot about change and adoption today. And I guess there's one change that I personally have adopted or, adapted to of late, and that is multitasking. And here's a fun poll question coming up on your screens. And I'm honestly saying that, yes, I am guilty as well, but am I the only one? So let's check it out. So the question is, do you multitask when attending a meeting online? You have 4 options. Yes, I'm guilty. My mind tends to wander. No, I'm 100% focused. And sometimes. So yes, I guess I've already shared what my answer would be. I am guilty. I do tend to multitask at times, most of the times rather. And I guess that's how a majority of our audience has been. So we'll run this poll for another 10 seconds before we publish the results. Perfect. So I guess I'm not the only one then. And I have around 69% of our audience today with me who is guilty. And yeah, I guess that's how we are functioned in these virtual times.
Thanks for such an awesome poll, and thanks to our awesome panel as well. And yeah, it has been an amazing day. That how time flies. We are already at our last session. We discussed so many different challenges. Panels shared their journeys and experiences with us. But as we look beyond these challenges, as the previous panel said, every aspect of our life is trying to be self-serve, more autonomous. So will our workplaces and learning environments will. Talking about future, I have some insights on how our digital journey will look like in a few years. Interesting facts, please focus. By 2022, 65% of world's GDP will be digitized. Isn't that huge? Digitally transformed organizations are projected to contribute to more than half of the GDP of 2023, accounting for almost $53.3 trillion. That's roof-breaking. The global digital transformation market is projected to grow from $469.8 to $1,009.8 billion by 2025. This is the power of numbers. And if those numbers don't excite you for the future of your work and workplace, I'm sure the next session will. So get your attention here for our last and most important session, where we talk about our future of workplaces, where we talk about future of workplace learning. I welcome our panelist, Vispy Devar, VP of Global Sales at Whatfix, along with Britt Andrietta, CEO of Seventh Mind INC, and Amy Titus, Managing Director, Government and Public Services Learning Solutions at Deloitte. Here to panel and our host.
Thanks, Pranjali. Thank you so much, and welcome everyone. What a great way to end our Digital Adoption Day by talking about the future. So this is the future of workplace learning. I'll introduce myself and then turn it over to the panelists to do a more detailed introduction of themselves. So I'm Vispy Devar. I'm with Whatfix. I've been with the company for the last 3.5 years. We are the host of Digital Adoption Day and the entire Digital Adoption Day and Summit series. Britt, can I ask you to introduce yourself first, please?
Yes, hello everyone. I'm excited to talk to you today. I'm Dr. Britt Andrietta, and I've written several books on the brain science of success, and I'm the CEO of Seventh Mind Incorporated, former Chief Learning Officer for lynda.com, which is now LinkedIn Learning.
Thanks, Britt. Amy?
First of all, greetings, everybody. I'm also thrilled to be here with you and look forward to our discussion. Amy Titus, and I'm as you heard, Managing Director at Deloitte. And when we talk about our government services, we mean our federal government, our state governments, our local governments, our higher ed, and our nonprofits. So I cover those and think about how learning and future of work can really work out for them.
Really great. Thank you, Britt and Amy. What a great diversity we have. We've got Amy with state, local, federal, higher ed, and that unique mindset. We've got Britt with a great experience in learning and development in general and bite-sized learning with Linda. And then we've got Whatfix as well on the enterprise learning side. So I'll start off with, the title or the 4 words, future of workplace learning, are one of those classic analyst terms that could mean multiple things. So let's start with maybe what it means to you. Amy, can we start with you, please?
Sure. So when I think of future workplace learning, I think that anybody's going to be able to learn where they want, what they want, and when they need it. And I also think the future will include having learning embedded in how work is designed or how work gets re-architected, so that when you hear the word continuous learning, you don't even realize it. It's embedded in how you're doing your work. I also think that one other critical piece is we're going to have more focus on human capabilities. And those are things like empathy or curiosity, creativity. And that's because we're going to be learning how to have a partnership with machines and RPAs and AI so that we're working together. And that'll allow us to be much more productive and learn and have to use those capabilities.
Learn anything, anywhere, anytime with the help of machine learning. Britt, can I turn it over to you?
Yeah, I have 2 thoughts. One is the future of the workplace is dramatically different now than it was a year ago. So all of us need to be rethinking and retooling our vision for the future, because we just broke a bunch of barriers around what remote work looks like, what hybrid work looks like. We also have a heightened global awareness of the importance of inclusion and belonging and the damage that systemic oppression and the isms do to people. I think we're more connected as a global community, and we care more about people than we have in the past. So I think this is an amazing time to kind of revision what the workplace looks like. Not only do we have to do it as we reunify, right? In the next few weeks and months, we're going to be bringing our workplaces back together, and we need to think about that in a really intentional way. But it also shifts how learning happens too. I mean, the good news is we're biologically wired to learn. We're learning beings. We do it all the time. But now we've had a taste of how we can use online tools. We've had a taste of just taking learning and putting it on a screen is not necessarily designed online learning. It's just delivering it through a screen. And it can look really different when it's designed specifically to be an online experience. So I think a lot of questions about the future of work and the future of learning are up in the air. And we have this incredible opportunity to really revolutionize it right now.
Yeah. What's amazing about that, Britt, if you just look at I'll call it industry bellwethers. Let's just call them the largest companies out there, especially in tech. And the way they have seesawed or yo-yoed up and down over the last 5 quarters on we're going to be 100% work from home, we're going to come in part-time, where it's almost as if nobody knows. And even today, nobody knows exactly the future. And when nobody knows, that means change, and that means change management. So maybe the branch I'd go on a little bit, Britt and Amy, is change management is a struggle. Actually, Britt, it's in your book, Wired to Resist, which says, you talk about neuroscience and biology, and you say when those two come together, humans in general are naturally resistant to change. So no matter what we put in front of them, there's going to be resistance. But the future of workplace learning, the future of work in general, is going to have a lot of change. So what are some of those strategies or tips you'd suggest for learning and development teams, digital adoption teams, around how to overcome this resistance?
Yeah, so I would say 2 things. Yes, we're wired to resist change. And we are a hugely resilient and adaptive species. So it's kind of good news, bad news. We do adapt, but at first we resist. And we saw that this last year, right? We asked people to do massive changes in a short period of time. And at first they were grumbly and resistant, but we got on board, and our biology also helps us form new habits and transition to that new way of doing whatever it is we're being asked to do. You know, I like to remind leaders that when people are resistant and grumbly, they're not being difficult, they're being human. It's in our biology to see change as potential danger. So we're first going to sort for, how could this go wrong? What could I lose? How could this be bad? And it takes us a little while and a lot of really transparent information before we settle down and can start to look toward, oh, what could I get out of this? How could this improve things? What could be better? So a lot of how people go through change is in the hands of leaders in terms of how they design change and how they communicate change. Oftentimes they don't take into account this resistance, so they're surprised by it instead of planning for it. And they need to do a better job of honestly helping people move through the transition of going from behavior A to behavior B. When we help people do that, they lean in, they get on board, it goes better. In terms of tips for workers themselves, because you may or may not have a savvy leader above you who knows some of this stuff, just know that you're naturally going to sort for what's wrong. That's not you being negative. It's your biology trying to protect you. It's your survival instinct. But you can kind of coach yourself into saying, okay, but what could I get out of this? What could be positive? If I could identify a skill or an opportunity here, what could it be? What could be good? Second thing to ask yourself is, how full is my change bandwidth right now? How maxed out do I feel? And because it is a little bit like, kind of like one of those meters where we keep filling it up and then we hit our max level. So if you're feeling overwhelmed, you got to ask yourself, what can I take off my plate? What could I slow down? Because change is a stressful endeavor. It does ask a lot of us biologically and emotionally. So then the third part is, if you are going to go through a stressful change, how can you dial up self-care? So nutrition, sleep, mindfulness is a mind-blowing benefit. The neuroscience on it is incredible. And then play. Play is really important. When we play and laugh, we actually are sending a signal to our body that we're safe and okay. And so it helps us simmer down. It helps us calm down. And so right now, you know, a lot of us have missed out on play this last year. We need to get some more of that back into our schedules. But those 4 tools, nutrition, sleep, mindfulness, and play, are things that you can do to take care of yourself. And I recommend that you dial it up in proportion to how stressful the change is.
The laugh part of play reminds me, I don't know if you recall if this rings a bell for you, but sometime maybe about 10-ish years ago, laughing was purported as therapeutic, and there were laughing clubs, and you went and just laughed with each other, not about anything. And I do recall going for one, and it felt really good. I'm not worried apprehensive to admit that. So it really does work.
Yeah, there's 3 ways that the body releases stress: crying, screaming or yelling, and laughing. Mm-hmm. And I've done all 3 in my car during this pandemic. Like, I've literally been like screaming into a pillow or crying. I think a lot of us have managed stress, but if you give yourself permission and just know that that's your biological release valve and embrace it, you'll be much more in control of it.
Fascinating. I'll double click a little bit on you, and then we'll come back to you, Amy, just around neuroscience, just because it's so fascinating. So I recently shared with a few people internally about different people that we work with, and how change levels, or the natural level of acceptance or resistance of change, varies by individual. And they directed me to some research by, I think, Carol Decker from Stanford, that talked about growth mindset versus fixed mindset. Mm-hmm. And it was fascinating to me. And when I put it across people, you know, the growth mindset looks for any feedback and any change and says, I'll take what I want, leave the rest behind, but great, I've got something, now let me move forward. The fixed mindset is a little bit more, oh, I'm defensive. This is something that's changed, so let me resist it. So do you find in resistance to change, it varies by individual as well, inherently?
That's a great question. So, and it's 2 different things that overlap. So one is our biological response to change. We're wired to see it as potential danger and resist it. However, if you have a growth or fixed mindset, that's how you approach everything in life, including change. So fixed mindset folks kind of believe that their traits are what they are and they can't get better. So they should just stay in their lane and do as well as they can with whatever skill set they have. Growth mindset folks believe that they can always learn, they can always get better, and to lean into learning as kind of their approach to everything. So then they ask for feedback, they listen to feedback, they look for opportunities that challenge and help them grow. So growth mindset people go through change better because they have a skill set, but they may still be initially resistant or threatened to change. They're just going to lean in faster. The cool thing about Carol Dweck's research, she's a psychologist, but the neuroscience biology is that growth mindset is the truth of our brain. We form new neural pathways all the way up until the moment of death. So you really can learn something new, change your behavior at any time in your life. And that adage that, you cannot teach an old dog new tricks is false. We can, it's just whether we want to and we lean in. So the truth of our biology is growth mindset. And if you can teach yourself to live in the growth mindset space, you'll find that a whole lot of things about your life are easier, including going through change.
Really interesting. It's almost as if nurture could have so much to do with being a fixed mindset, right? Security, fear, insecurity, all of that's nurture, right? Yeah. Fascinating. Amy, let's shift to your expertise. So it's really rare for us to find someone who's an expert on federal, state and local, higher education and nonprofits. Now, when you look at each of these industries and you either compare them to each other or compare them to commercial, would you say they're trailblazers in certain ways when it comes to learning and future workplace learning, and laggards in certain ways? Or what are the nuances for each of these industries, if you could?
Oh, thinking about all those different groups, and each one of them has characteristics. So I would say that every one of them has been a trailblazer in an area. And they've also, because some often either what they do or they think they're really good at, it has held them back. And so because I think of when we were talking about the future workplace, I think of 5 trends. So I think of how do each one of them compare to them. And the first one is putting the person at the center, really looking at human. And you think universities have done that with students. So they've been very concerned about the health of their students. And if any, you hear a lot about it, and they've closed because of that. I mean, if they really wanted to be making money, wouldn't they have stayed open or done something? So you think about how, but the way it was done is new and different. And I talked about those human capabilities. I think that government had to really work on those, given that suddenly they had majority work in the office, and still many of them still have to work in what's called a SCIF, which isn't where you can't, it's a secure workspace. And so suddenly from one day to the other, they're not in the office and they're working at home, and they don't really have much of a history of virtual work. So it just really put the gas on finding empathy at a very individual level between supervisors and also between team members. So that's something that I saw at government. And then when I look at well-being, that's what I call the second trend that we're seeing going on, is this real separation during COVID. There's no separation between home and work, and between you as a worker and you as a family person or whatever you did. And so well-being came to the fore, and we're going to see organizations take on more of that, which they are. And so trailblazing with that, I think very much organizations that had to have, they have probably maybe more commercial, but then I'm sure everybody else would argue with me. So it's hard, but I think it's the organizations that figured out they need to thrive rather than survive. And that's when you go down to it, what organizations, what groups said, we don't want to just survive through this, but we're going to look at this as an opportunity to thrive, to make changes, to innovate, and really make them part of our culture. So the third one is using data, the third trend that we saw that was driving success. And we've seen, I mean, the government's really good with data, believe it or not. They have lots and lots of data. So how do you use it? How do you begin to use it? That's the real challenge there. And then when I look at flexibility and focus on outputs, this is a struggle for everybody. Anybody who has people in the office and they're used to doing it, changing, and that was where I was listening to Britt talk about change, fascinating. How do you change? And people say, oh, I've done it. We travel all the time. We're all virtual. Well, I'm not sure. Are they really focusing on outputs and results? And the last one is reskilling. But I really call it beyond reskilling. And that's looking at partnering with AI so that super teams partner with AI. And we've seen that everywhere, but in very scattered spots. And again, that goes back to change too, Britt. So, I think this is such a good combination of looking at these trends and saying, there wasn't one group that really capitalized on beyond reskilling and looking at new talent models, but the ones that took these 5 are the ones that are now thriving or are figuring out how to thrive. That was a very long answer to your question, but it's a big question.
No, it's a really good one, Amy. I can attest to 2 of them. So because we're a venture-backed company and that's our world we live in, the venture backing for wellness HR companies has skyrocketed. And we internally deploy 3 or 4 of them, both including services, technology, et cetera, as well. We have something called Fridays, which is Friday for 1 hour. We do a yay, like a Jeopardy and all of that. And the team just loves it. And it's a service. We would never have done it prior to the pandemic. We wouldn't have even thought of it. So a lot of that. And then the second one, which is really interesting, is we have customers who are state and local, federal, and higher ed, more on the federal, on the state and local and higher ed. And what we found is the shock to the system was very meaningful from the pandemic because of your point is there was never any thought of a work from home prior to them. So it was a really big shock to the system and they embraced a lot very fast, which was really interesting. And much like commercial, they looked at bellwethers. If the UC system was using something, others wanted to use it. If the Department of Maryland was using something, the rest of the state wanted to use it. So there was a lot of that as well. Good. Anything? I have more questions, of course, Britt and Amy, but anything come to mind based on what we've talked about that you wanted to add to?
I'll just go quickly then. Well, when I talked about that beyond reskilling, I think organizations and all these organizations are thinking about they want hot skills. They want all these skills, but it takes so long to develop them so they can, that whole buy, build. And so I think we're going to start seeing more comfort with different kinds of talent models of using contingent, of bringing in these companies like you were talking, Vispi, about that have these specialties that you want to use. So I think that whole process that we've talked about for a long time, of the reshaping of the workforce, this COVID accelerated, the whole pandemic and all the issues with it accelerated that.
Yeah. There was, one thing you said very early on, Amy, was future of workplace learning is anywhere, anytime, anyhow. We must have access to it real time, just in time, et cetera. How do we as learning and development professionals ensure that whatever has been trained, whenever, even though it's accessible, et cetera, is sustained in the minds of employees? So there's this gulf of forgetfulness. And I'll argue, Britt, from a neuroscience standpoint, we each have different levels. Mine is sadly very short, but we all have different levels and people forget and they forget fast. So how do we shorten that gulf, especially from the time knowledge is acquired to the time I'm learning it in the real world? Any thoughts on that from either of you?
Yeah, I have some thoughts on that. I would say that the neuroscience of human memory is super fascinating, and it has completely changed just in the last 5 years. So we're still just scratching the surface around how this brain works and how to maximize it. But just in the last 5 years, they've discovered that humans have 9 different types of memory. And depending on what kind of learning you're trying to drive, you actually need to create your learning solution to align with the type of memory you want to create. And so for learning designers, we have to get really well versed in this brain science of learning stuff if we're going to design the thing that works. I think when people feel like training doesn't work or it's not very good are two things. One, it just was misaligned. It didn't hit the real need, or it wasn't designed to maximize people's experience. Or people just don't have the skill set. And we all kind of come into training with a little bit of a bad attitude because we all suffered through school, which honestly was never designed for how the brain learns. And if we've sat through some bad trainings, it makes us assume that the next training is going to be bad as well. So the onus is really on learning professionals to learn more about how the brain learns and make sure you're designing stuff that's really engaging. When you do it right, people don't forget it. You're driving that content into short-term memory. You're hooking it to schemas in their brain for long-term memory. You're making sure it really attaches to their real lived experience every day and not yours. So it really takes this focus of shifting to who your audience is and what they need. And then habit change, when we're asking people to develop a new skill, that's really the brain science of habits. And we know that it takes on average 40 to 50 repetitions for that neural pathway to get formed and for it to become second nature. Well, when I go in and analyze organizations' training offerings, oftentimes they'll have a great program that talks a lot about X, and they never actually practice it. And they certainly don't practice even 10 repetitions, let alone trying to get the learners to 40 or 50. So the learner may have had this aha moment, and then they go back to their workstation, and the press of the day and the demands of what's coming at them, they're going to go to the old habit. They're not going to do the new one because it's not grooved enough. So I think that's really important. And then finally, and I detail all this in my book, Wired to Grow, the second edition, certain learning tools are really well suited for certain learning challenges. So for example, if you need your workers to understand a workspace, I've watched this happen with oil rig workers, highly dangerous work environments, super fast moving equipment, really deadly environments. Well, if you use VR and you film that place, then your workers can actually learn the space. They can see the dangers. They can actually, what's interesting about VR is it codes in the brain as a lived memory. So you can actually really accelerate people's learning of space using VR. If you use avatars, that's really great for practicing human interaction, like unconscious bias stuff, or interviewing, or managing conversations, demanding customer conversations. And again, these are forms of kind of creating a safe environment to try it, make mistakes, learn, and build up those habits. So I would say, great learning doesn't create forgetfulness. Really well-designed learning, not only people remember it, they're eager to use it, and they feel supported in transitioning to what they're being asked to do. So I think it really falls to learning pros to really up their game and make sure they're creating the best stuff possible.
Yeah, I have so many follow-ups. So one thing you said about the VR codes in the memory and a brain, a certain way to learn. If we just translate that to the non-VR world, does that mean, when we do interviews or when we do training, we always do mock customer calls, mock demos, etc. Is that a way of that kind of learning? That's a sort of premature way of VR and aiding that?
Yeah, I mean, any kind of simulation is going to do that habit build of 40 to 50 repetitions. So simulations of any kind, your good old fashioned role play is fantastic. If you ever go into a dentist school, they actually have dummies and you practice on fake heads and fake teeth because you're building repetition. But VR is unique because VR, when the camera captures that 360 view, and when we look around and we see the world moves with us, our body thinks we're really there. So VR has this amazing opportunity to give us embodied memories that just really can accelerate learning if applied correctly. You don't throw VR at everything, right? If a PDF worksheet will handle it, don't do VR. But VR is uniquely positioned to solve a lot of really important workplace challenges.
Interesting. Go ahead, Amy.
No, I was just going to add two things, and on what Britt said is storytelling. I mean, I just remember a story sometimes that I think about. I went to that class, or I went to that seminar, whatever. I remember the story. It takes a very skilled storyteller or learning designer to be able to do that. It doesn't work everywhere, but even if you're installing a water pump in a rural area that's rocky and somebody tells a story about what they learned, it stays with you forever. And the other I was going to mention, and this is totally aligned with what Britt's saying, is something called that we use now is human-centered design. So you're not going in and creating a learning program that's the same for everybody. You're looking at the different types of people or personas. And then and it actually accelerates the creation of learning so that you're looking at those different personas and building for them. And let me tell you, when this was introduced, people were so skeptical. And now it's one of those changes, and people get really excited about it. And it's a lot of fun to do.
Now, the last thing you said about, Amy, about people learning differently, and it's turning out to be this common theme of our discussion today that none of the three of us planned for, which is everyone's different, whether it's level of change management, whether it's growth versus fixed, whether it's learned differently. So let me pose a real life case study to you. We, at the end of every quarter, we do a sales war room where we talk about each of our 4 opportunities and what went well, what didn't, etc. So now that let me explain how people learn. So there's one extreme that says, don't do 4 opportunities, do 10. The more, the better. I just want to absorb it all. And it doesn't matter how much data you have. I want more at one time. There's another extreme that says, I can't assimilate all of this. I need to do 1. And I need to go through it slowly, etc. How do we as learners at Sales Enablement cater to that?
Well, can I add another conundrum?
Please.
Some people say, oh, it's got to be about what I do. It can't be about, a situation in a fisherman's shop, out in it's got to be just what we do versus. And so I'm just going to throw that other example out and see what I think Britt's going to give us a solution.
Well, I think you're already both hitting on it, right? The solution is a good learning strategy has a smorgasbord of options so that people can tend to their own learning needs. And when we have a variety of learning opportunities, from sharing knowledge to, on-demand learning through videos or worksheets to really immersive simulations with VR, when we have a robust learning strategy that also gives learners choices, they will maximize their own learning journey. It's when we try, and Amy already talked about this, when we try to force it into a one-size-fits-all, inevitably you're missing 2/3 of the room. It's only going to fit a percentage of the room and you've lost everybody else. So I think, when you do these sales war rooms, first of all, I love that because failure is how we learn. That's how humans are wired to learn, is we fall down and then we get up and we try again and we fall down again. And so when you turn those into moments of let's harvest what we've learned, you're actually creating psychological safety where people feel like they can take a risk and make a mistake because they're not being blamed and shamed for any mistakes they made. So I love it when people do, all right, what went wrong? What should we do differently next time? That's awesome. And the whole tone of that creates an environment that really supports learning. And then second, your learning strategy just needs to have a lot of flavors in it so people can pick and choose. You can certainly set minimums, but when you give people a lot of opportunity, you'd be surprised how much people really want to learn and get better. It's one of our core needs is to become better and to grow.
Yeah, but the one size fits all is really interesting. And then what you talked about, the learning from failures, is really interesting. So I'll address both, and these are all real life examples. The one size fits all is hard to get out of that, just to scale and teach people enough, especially in a sales motion. And so we also create videos, short videos, etc. But I'll even get feedback from some learners saying, I just can't understand the video. I need a one-on-one. So on the one extreme, people will absorb anything in any format, chat, video, etc. And then the other is, I need that one-on-one. And I'll be candid, I'm just never sure. Do you really, should we one-on-one you to fit you? Or can you move up? Can we meet somewhere in the middle so we can scale? Any thoughts on that?
Well, question, do you allow your videos to be watched at any speed from super slow to super fast?
Really good question. If we don't, we should. I never, sorry, I'm in one extreme. I never watch anything at 1x. I just can't do it. So,
yeah. So I would make sure, because what's interesting, some of the research by Sal Khan, who created, oh my gosh, I'm blanking on the Khan Academy, and then it became the book One Room Schoolhouse, I think is the book. What they found is when people were given the opportunity to learn in advance, so they had videos available or whatever, they could see certain people watch that video 4 or 5 times. They could see that some people slowed it way down and took lots of notes, and other people watched it at 2x. So giving people the opportunity to slow it down, they may need different auditory processing. There may be a cultural difference or a language barrier. They just may need more time to absorb. If we give people the ability to customize that with something as simple as video speed, it can help. If you can enable transcription, some people like to read while they're listening. All these little tools give then your learners the ability to take care of themselves. I think what's cool is if we say, hey, we expect you to learn and we're setting a standard, but we're going to give you the tools to customize it for yourself and support you in empowering your own learning journey. I think that's the perfect combination, because then you're not stuck, Visby, trying to create the perfect solution for all these different flavors. You're letting them and you're expecting them to do it for themselves.
Really helpful. The other one on the failure piece. So that's a really interesting one. It turned out to be one of the branches on growth versus fixed mindset. You know, the growth mindset being, I don't see it as that. I literally don't see it as a failure. I see it as I'm going towards a greater goal that's way above everything. And this is all along the way, helping me get to the end. Whereas the fixed is seeing it as, oh my God, I've got a failing grade. And the only solace I seek, one of my nuggets from this afternoon has been, everyone's got an inner growth mindset, and figure out how to get it out so that everyone sees it that way. And I can't think of any other way to do it but repetition and explaining to people, hey, this is not your failing grade. This is a growth towards a greater path. Any other ideas on how to go about it?
Well,
Yeah,
I think that,
go ahead.
well, I think learning how to respond to failure is very important. Some people, maybe from their youth, they've seen examples and they know what to do, but others, they're stopped, they're frozen, or they just rehearse over and over again in their minds what they did wrong. And they can't actually, because of maybe lack of exposure, they can't think of what they can do, how they can learn from it. So that's actually modeling is very powerful there. And just talking through it, having debrief, or what they do in the military is that afterward they have a hot wash, and you just go through and you learn that. And yes, repetition's good for that. So it becomes automatic, and you fall down and you jump right up and you go, okay. And I used to work for someone who said, you make a mistake, that's fine, and you learn from it. If you make the mistake twice, I want you to go to the competition.
Mm-hmm.
So that's kind of where I said, you know, it's important for people to learn from to know how to learn from their mistakes. I don't think it comes just purely naturally.
No, it reminds me of that famous Google HR study. I forget the project name, that the highest, yes, and the highest component of job satisfaction was psychological safety. And I say that a lot. You know, we have to have the psychological safety to say anything, and it's okay. And it's so hard to do, especially as you have tens of people, because everyone might not feel the same way, you know, moving down.
Yeah, that's the research of Dr. Amy Edmondson from Harvard. I encourage everyone to check it out. But the definition of psychological safety, it's a super low bar. It's the belief that you will not be rejected or punished, basically. So low bar, rejected or punished, for coming up with a question, concern, critique, or mistake. And the organizations that create that, like, yes, it's okay to own a mistake. Yes, it's okay to question your leader. Yes, it's okay to raise a concern. You're not going to be punished or sidelined or ridiculed or rejected. The organizations that have that in place outperform their competitors, you know, tenfold. I mean, it's just a game changer. And then Project Aristotle is the study Google did, and they found out that it was such a critical game changer between their best teams and their mediocre and poor ones. They've now made it the core thing that they teach managers, is how to create psychological safety on their teams.
Yeah. So I'd agree with you, Britt. Definitely sounds simple. We have as one of our 14 culture principles, make mistakes, and then a little explanation of it. We encourage statements that start, hey, my mistake, ABC, and then continue on it. And it's amazing how that's the end of it versus a lot of back and forth, et cetera, on it. I think the challenge just seems to be, one is in the heat of the moment, right? To remember as a manager, to remember to provide people with that psychological safety. And then the other is just as you grow, that training becomes so important on this all the time. And all I can think of is repetition. Every chance we get, we just repeat our culture principles so people hear them, and that's how we want to operate. Great.
Yeah, and I think constant repeating of them. Sometimes we think, oh, somebody's learned something. You do need refreshers. I mean, people say, oh, I learned that, you know, I know that, but then they go and take a refresher, like, I'm just thinking about your principles. It does help. And it also sends a message that they're important.
Yes. Yes. It's also encouraging people to feel safe enough to repeat. So like you said, 50 times it takes, but if you don't start the first one, you won't get it done. And what we found in our training of individuals is that people are reticent to start for fear that the grade just won't be as good or they won't be doing as well. So, you know, I'm sort of very mixed on public grades and leaderboards and things like that, because on the one hand, it's good, it brings the best out of you. On the other hand, it's not good for training because that's not sort of the right way to go about it. Any of your research focused on the pros and cons of having leaderboards at all for training?
You know, it just depends on how they're used. Light competition is good as long as people don't feel like it's going to be weaponized. So the minute something is weaponized, it becomes then a tool for shame and blame. But a healthy competition where we're going to celebrate excesses, we're going to try to beat ourselves, we're going to set a new goal and exceed it, and then we celebrate that is really important. But if it's, you know, oh, you guys didn't perform and now there's a shame and blame culture around it, you will quickly, the fastest way to kill creativity and innovation in your organization is to do shame and blame around mistakes. Then you'll get a bunch of yes people and it'll look good on paper while behind the scenes, everything is slowly falling apart.
Agreed. Great. So related a little bit, I'll shift to another question that's come in and that we think through a lot, related a little bit towards motivating people to learn. Now, often you'll hear from individuals that I don't have time because it's taking me away from productivity, whether that's a product person or a salesperson, et cetera. And to me, it's sort of, you don't have one without the other. If you're not learning about new things, you're not going to be able to be productive in whatever your job is. Have any ideas come to mind on how you deal with that? Is it a carrot? Is it a stick? Is it a combination?
Well, I think I would approach that with having a team go do it together or a group so that they're seeing that this is something that's positive and that they're not being singled out in any way. So that's how I would say is a method for it. But it's really taking, what are all the, this is what I'm telling people now is that this is the time to reflect. That we've just been for over a year or so living a very different kind of life. And what did we learn from that around learning? What did we learn about how people react to things? And all these, everything we've touched on now are things that we've seen. So we've had a perfect petri dish, if you want to see, and then go in and ask that question. I bet you we have data from that we should be able to, as learning professionals, accelerate what we do as well, because we've been able to do so many experiments for the most part, not everybody, but for as I said, the organizations that have been trying to thrive.
I mean, there's actually some data on this. You know, I think the conundrum comes when people are told, you've got to get all this work done and your performance review counts on it. And there's not a minute left in your day. And now we want you to go learn. And there's a real, like, which is it? You know, do you want me to hit this goal or do I have time to take a couple hours to go learn something? So I think organizations need to take a hard look at the mixed message they're sending. And ultimately, people are going to sort for the thing that guarantees them a good performance review, because that's our survival. I need my paycheck to buy food, water, shelter. So I'm going to prioritize that. Learning organizations make learning part of that process, that we expect you to identify goals every year. We expect you to learn. Yes, you can take time off, because it's not time off. It's investment in getting better, right? It's never seen as time away from work. It's seen as part of work. So I think how it's framed in the organization is a big part of it. I can tell you the data that said that during this pandemic, like I'm an author on Cornerstone, their viewership went up 6x. 6x during this last year. Same with all of the things that people were leaning into, LinkedIn Learning, Masterclass. When we weren't busy commuting and shopping and running errands and all that stuff that took up our time, we did two things. We binge watched a lot of shows and we did a lot of learning. So to me, it says that humans, it just confirms we are a learning species. We hunger to grow and be our best selves. And oftentimes we get too busy or we get mixed messages around what the real priorities are, but people want to learn. The question is, do you make it easy and do you reward it?
Yeah, you reminded me really of a great example of learning that's worked out really well for us as a company. So we hired someone responsible for general corporate learning, not functional specific, but just general. So a little bit takes you out of your everyday to do that. And the person's done such a great job of curating the right content and making it timely. I'll give you an example. Obviously, there's a lot of pandemic-related timely content. We're a high-growth startup, so no one has time. So little 2-minute things on productivity that get sent to us every now and then. Now, because it's bite-sized, you can consume it. Because it's contextual on where you are, we have a lot of people in India. And as you all know, in India, the pandemic is at its peak right now. So everything associated with that and loneliness and isolation, rather, all of that. So if someone's dedicated to it, can create bite-sized and can make it contextual, I found it really powerful in the last few months.
Yeah, no, I would agree with that totally. And it's also, I think, another thing that's been helpful in this is even though you may be learning alone, if you can connect with other people, because isolation has been a critical aspect. And I think some people learn there are different ways I need to connect with people. I certainly found I did. I took one of our courses that we had called Relationship Mastery. And I went and talked to a colleague of mine and said, I have this issue. I took that class and I'm still struggling a little bit. And we hit all the cylinders on that because I wanted to solve a problem. I felt isolated. I need to actually reach out. Now, for people who are introverts, and this is what we also talk about, extroverts and introverts in terms of learning during COVID, during a time where you are isolated. I mean, you're not being told that many things that you have to do, except probably get your work done and maybe take some compliance. So I'm throwing out a question there, is that getting people who don't naturally want to be collaborating and sharing except at the time that they want, and trying to deal with the isolation challenges there, and they're learning.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that we are a tribal species. So there's entire parts of our biology that are dedicated to reading emotion in others, learning how to collaborate and cooperate, all the things. And we felt the strain of that, right? Like what was missing? Well, we got work done this last year. What was missing were all those invisible ties that bind. When I run into you at the water cooler and I say, so what'd you guys do this weekend? And we learn that we have the same love for a certain type of movie. Or I run into Amy in the hallway and there's a problem I've been wanting to talk to her about. And now we've chatted for a couple minutes and I say, Amy, I want to ask you about something that's been bugging me. Do you have a few minutes? Those moments of spontaneous connection, we all lost them. And so we're going to need to rebuild them as we come back together. But those are a big part of how we connect with each other. And actually, biologically, when we learn together, we tie that learning to these relationships. So it ends up being all interconnected. With that said, my husband and my daughter are both introverts. And so they have loved this year. They were like, this is perfect. I can open the screen and engage when I'm ready, and I can close it when I'm not. And I can use the chat feature instead of raising my hand and talking out loud. So I think what really this was an opportunity is for us to see, and I've seen this before when I have done online learning, is when eyes on that Myers-Briggs scale, extrovert to introvert. When eyes have time to just think their deep thoughts, they're very deep thinkers, and then come to the conversation when they're ready, the whole group's learning is accelerated because they just bring such thoughtful additions. So I think we all got to see two things. One, how we create learning so that all types of people can have a moment to engage when it feels good for them. And two, that learning in this remote environment. Before, remote workers always felt a little excluded. And now, because we were all remote, we found new ways to include everyone because no one was missing the water cooler conversation. That is going to be the biggest challenge as we reunite, is not going back to a certain population being excluded again because they're not at the water cooler or they're not in the in-person event. So that's a challenge we all have to solve.
No, I think that's very insightful in the sense of, and I hadn't thought about I think about the improved access to learning because of COVID, so that everybody, you put it out there, everybody has equal access. And that's really improved that. But you're right that we have to take the learnings from this past year and learnings around social injustice and continue to bring that in as to how we manage the workplace.
I'm glad you both went to reunification, because that's what I wanted to end our part of it before we open up to Q&A. Any other thoughts? I think a great example of making sure that the career work from homes don't get isolated. Any other thoughts on reunification and how companies should deal with it?
Yeah, and it's funny, I had this question asked to me by a woman who runs all the back office for a very large agency. She said, these leaders haven't been with each other, and now I'm going to bring them back. We're going to have a in-person meeting. We're not going to do it very often. We're going to do most of it continually, but how do I bring them back? How do I create that unification or collaboration again? Or how do I take the situation that I have and build on it and create something new? That's what I think is not using the old paradigm. It's I'm just going to duplicate it. But and I think this is something that we're learning together about leadership, about collaboration, where we have these tools and where people can think about things before they come in and as they get to meet. But I think it's a very important question that we have to pose, that when we have people together, whether virtually or in person, we ask them that question. How are we gonna come back together? How are we gonna work together? What's the best way so there isn't isolation, so that each one of us can be contributing in a way that is really impactful?
I completely agree. Asking people what they want and need is really important. I just finished working on this hybrid workplace report. We'll pop a link in the chat box. We just did a deep dive into what people need, what they want, what's missing, what do they want to create going forward. And it was really eye-opening. So I think the first thing I would say is start now. People have questions. They have a lot of anxiety, actually. There's a lot of anxiety about coming back to work and what that means for people and what choice they're going to have, what choices they might lose. And, I just want to remind everyone, we have spent the last, year and a half forming new habits. We're well past 40 or 50 repetitions. Right now I'm wearing shorts and flip-flops because none of you can see below my shoulders, right? And we've all gotten used to not being seen below here. We've gotten used to having our cat on our lap and no one really knows. We've been used to closing the laptop when we don't want to engage. Everyone's going to have to kind of relearn these behaviors as we go back to work. And some of them, they don't necessarily want to give up some of the comforts that they have now. I like working with my cat. We also are going to have to relearn. We biologically learn to be fearful of each other. And it's starting to open up now, just the vaccines and masks, certainly in the US. I know it's not this way in every country, but for a while there, if someone got too close to me, I was physically moving away from them because my brain was like, this could be dangerous. So we're going to see that too. People are going to have to relearn that being close to each other is okay, that breathing the same air is okay. And because it was such literally a survival thing, like you could die, it's really well ground into our bodies. So I would say patience is super, super important. Empathy is super important. And then I would also say, we need to lean into kind of reboarding people to the workplace culture and this new workplace culture. If you built your culture based on fun furniture and free food, that doesn't matter so much to people anymore. So it's going to have to be more authentic. It's going to have to be more connected. And we're going to have to reboard people to this new work environment. And in addition, I would over-index on some of that get to know you stuff, some of those playful things where we can rebuild those casual conversations and spontaneous moments of connection, because we haven't had it for a long time. We've been all business. And so I would over-index on some retreats or offsites. One of my favorite tools to use is called Voodle. It allows for asynchronous, but really personal video exchanges that really support the workplace. And then ask your workers. They know what's working and what's not working. They'll say what they want, and then listen and respond to it.
Britt and Amy, to your earlier comment, I'll end with this. I've put on so much weight that I'm glad my face doesn't show it, because otherwise I'd be in trouble over there. So on that note, the Whatfix events team, can I turn it over to you for a Q&A?
Yeah, sure, Wispy. Happy to take forward from here. Thank you so much, Britt and Emmy, for such an amazing session. Thank you, Wispy, as well. We have a few questions from our audience, and actually a lot more questions from our audience, and I'll throw in one by one. First question is, the number of Gen Z learners increased by at least 2.5x last year, and this decade will add more Gen Z to the workforce. How do we make sure that learning and training programs are up to the date with the Gen Z crowd?
All right. Well, one is that when new people come on, and I like this onboarding, is to talk to them about learning and how the organization believes in learning. And from one of our studies, our human capital trend studies, we found that new people coming into an organization actually at any age or any generation want to be able to learn so they can stay what's called mark to market. And I just think that any organization that's thriving, a social enterprise, has this on their radar, but they have to make sure that their technology is up to date so that they can be meeting these needs. And so it's not something that goes away when the budget's cut. That can't happen, or they're going to lose people. So it's a change, but it's a good one.
Well said, Dr. Britt.
Yeah, I would add that, generational differences are real and totally legitimate. So don't ignore that. I would say put the same thought you put into moving into a new global region into learning a new generation's culture. It's all about culture. What are the norms, the beliefs, the practices? And you should be doing some research about what are the norms and the values of Gen Z, and put the same thought you would put as if you were moving your market to Singapore and you want to make sure it lands well there. So I think it requires attention. I would also say technology is your best friend, right? So back to digital adoption. If learning is designed really well, it can be pushed out into different technologies. So Gen Z definitely want, like, online, passe. Mobile, yes. And by tomorrow, it'll be something else. Pretty soon, we're going to have chips implanted in our eyeballs and we'll be watching courses there. I don't know. It's going to be crazy. But if learning is designed well, the media through which it gets pushed, it usually can transition. So it's making sure your learning design is on point. It's addressing the needs of your real audience in the flow of their work. And then, yeah, you may have to pivot different technologies or use 3 simultaneous technologies. Your Gen X's are going to want the book. your millennials are going to want the video, and your Gen Z's are going to want the app. So make it push to all 3 of those. You're going to be fine.
Very well said. So, Emmy, this question is for you. What are some of the reskilling programs that you have seen work for local governments?
Okay, so one of them, there's quite a few, and they're all very different. So I'll talk about one is where an agency said, we don't have any data scientists. What are we going to do? So they went and they looked around at people with different jobs that had some of the skills that data scientists had, and they asked for volunteers. And they got around 50 of them, and they trained them to be data scientists over a period of about 6 months. But it was using all these techniques we've been talking about, immersive, and then they had to present, and they had to solve problems. So it's very much ingrained into the work that they would be doing in the future. And that was very successful. And it was successful because then another agency went and copied it. And that's how it works a lot in government. It's almost, and we've looked at different governments all over the world. Someone does a very effective pilot, and it grows and it grows and it grows. And then next thing you know, not that it's becoming policy, but it's becoming almost universally adopted. And then I've seen some very nice public-private partnerships between corporations and government agencies, or government agencies and a community college and a corporation, putting on programs to really reskill people so that over short periods of time and intensively, so they can get right out to the market. The longer you keep a person in a reskilling program, the longer the chance they won't get a job. So if you think of the longer the time is, the less chance of it gets a job. So you've got to go where that X is. And so time is a factor in the reskilling. And then there was another project that was undertaken where they did a great job of reskilling these people, and then they didn't have any jobs for them. So I can tell you that wasn't a successful project. So you need to think it end to end. And probably IT departments, particularly at the state level, have done a lot of work in terms of reskilling their people and looking at how to do that.
Wow, that's an exceptional experience, I would say. Next question, how will less skilled workers find new jobs in post-COVID world that may no longer need them? Will companies see it as their responsibility to upskill their workforce post-pandemic, as many service-oriented jobs are predicted to go away?
It's a great question. And I would say that, first of all, speaking to my fellow learning professionals out there, one of the things we really need to be good at is being 5 years ahead of where our company is, at least 2 years, maybe 5 years, because right now you should be training, you should have the training built, and you should be delivering the training for what your company needs 6 months from now, so that when it hits that point, your people are ready. Inevitably, what happens is we hit that point, the internal workforce is not ready. It's going to be too slow to upskill them. So then we have to hire outside, which creates job opportunities for other people, but only if they've got those skills. But then it can kind of demotivate your workforce because they're like, wait a minute, you just hired somebody else and I could have done this if I'd been given the right training. So I think it's really on leaders and learning professionals to be looking down the road and making sure they're skilling people up. And then for workers that are looking for opportunities right now, I mean, you know, part of it is doing your homework, researching what's happening in the industry you want to be in, doing some market analysis of what skills, what are the more highly paid jobs, what kinds of skills is each company looking for, and then using, I mean, what I love about the world we live in now, and I'm very proud that lynda.com was part of it, but we really made learning accessible to everyone. YouTube made learning accessible to anyone. The internet does. The only problem is you got to vet to make sure you're learning from real experts and getting the right thing. But if you're a hungry learner, you can really completely overhaul your resume and really keep up with what the current needs are. And so part of it is looking at who needs what and how do I quickly get myself ready to be competitive in that particular area.
Okay, so the next question is, every time you access a digital device, there's data generated, and this data or footprint is used to build your digital profile. Do you believe that humans will eventually provide consent to AI or IoT systems to learn, make connections, take decisions using their digital twin or avatar?
I think they already are. I think the AI, there's a lot of, I mean, we've got it's Deloitte, a curated system that when you go in and you ask for something, it tracks it and they can see how many people are asking for things. And then they, to Britt's comment, they've already got a short-term window into what people are needing. And is there enough there? And then seeing what people, as I said, asking for, pushing similar stuff to people, but tracking it. And it's not a bad thing in that sense, because I do think that there are a lot more tools out there that monitor employee performance. And and that's what when I go back to the concept of social enterprise, is using that data appropriately.
Yeah, the one thing that I would add here, and I would encourage people to look into this, that code bias is a thing. And when humans build any kind of code, inevitably our human bias, including our racist bias and our sexist bias and our ageist bias, gets built into the code unintentionally. And so what AI does is accelerate that, and it can really accelerate some of this unconscious bias and problematic judgments we make about each other. So my concern is, like, this is a whole problem that the world needs to solve in general. But code bias is a real thing and is really doing harm to a lot of people of color and women and older people. So I think it's on all of us to also push our companies and these providers to really challenge and try to fix the code bias, because that's what's really needed for these systems to work as well as they should.
Yeah, and the term of AI integrity is very important as to what Britt's saying, and that companies create a group or a council or something like that to be looking at this very issue, both for what they buy and for what they create. I also feel very strongly about that.
So this next question is for both of you. How do we achieve agility without sacrificing collaboration?
Well, Britt, I'll just kick this off and say, there's an old African proverb, you go slow to go fast. And I think that says it all. But, you can, and that's the whole thing, you run in front of the crowd, but the crowd catches up to you and passes you.
Yeah. I would add, and I talk about this in my book, Wired to Connect, which is all the research on the brain science of teams. Teamwork actually lives on a continuum. So collaboration is the most advanced type of teamwork, and then there's cooperation and coordination. And we actually ask teams to move along this continuum, but they require 3 very different levels of skill sets. And sometimes we use the word collaborate. Oh, we collaborated with that team. I collaborated with Visby, when really what I did was communicate. I told him what I was up to. I didn't ask for his input. True collaboration means it's co-created by the people together, and no one's really sure how it's going to turn out because they're building it together. It's going to be an active creation. But when you have true collaboration, there's also some tension because there's creative differences, there's differences of opinion. So true collaboration requires a lot of respect, a mindful process for dealing with conflict, and a real belief that the product will be made better if everyone's voice is inputted. And so collaboration, we need to teach our teams how to do it well and let them be clear when we're expecting it of them. And if they're just coordinating or cooperating, that's fine too. Some teams only need to do that. But I think we can do a better job training people on what I call teaming skills so that they can navigate these intersections and do it well.
Wow. The last question. What are some keys to increasing psychological safety in hybrid work environments? Also, what are some systems and processes that can help?
Well, I think having it starts with policies and practices and looking at what those are and having involvement of the workforce in these, and talking about the hybrid organization. It's not either one or the other. And this goes back to the very beginning that we all talked about, is that one size does not fit all. Mm-hmm. And so you've got to look at the type of work, and you've got to build trust around that. And it depends how mature a social enterprise is along the whole continuum of outputs and results versus activities or just being there. So it's a real mix of all these things, and you actually can make a checklist and I think manage this in a way that can be successful, but it must be intentional, purposeful, and managed. And I'm sure Britt has some additional.
Well, you said it well, Amy. I would agree with what you said. The only thing that I would add is from Amy Edmondson's research. She talks about, the 2 cornerstones of a psychologically safe team is one, that they truly have empathy for each other. So if we were a team, we would be noticing if Pranjali seemed a little down today, or Vispi seemed a little tired, and we check in with each other. So there's that we know each other and we care about each other piece. And that just comes from teams having time to build trust and get to know each other and have time for those conversations. And then the second part is that whether intentionally or just organically, everybody's voice is listened to. So we either go around in a team meeting and we make sure everyone talks, or over the next couple of weeks, we know that everyone's going to get their chance to put their input. But we truly believe that it's going to be better if we hear from everyone. And when those two things are in place, that's kind of organically what creates psychological safety. And then leaders have to do a little more work because their position of power creates a barrier to psychological safety. If I can decide if you get a promotion or you get fired, inherently there's something unsafe just in power. And so leaders have to go the extra mile to kind of break through that barrier. And that includes just asking a lot of questions, owning your own fallibility, talking about your mistakes and how you need people to help you, and that everything will be better if they share their authentic comments and critiques. And then the hardest, but the most important one is when finally an employee has the courage to come up and share a mistake or critique or question, the first words out of your mouth are, thank you. Thank you for telling me. And so you don't shoot the messenger, you embrace the messenger. And that one takes a lot of practice, but it's a big game changer in terms of creating the tone of psychological safety.
Yeah. And it's really putting the human back in the social enterprise. That it's looking at people do the work. They're not resources, but they're real people with emotions. And we need to look at our organization that way. And that crosses all those different groups we talked about, Vispi.
It does.
Amazing. It was personally for me, I enjoyed this session a lot. It was so insightful, your experience and the knowledge you shared. I'm sure everyone who has joined has earned a lot of knowledge wealth through this session. And I would just request you to share your parting thoughts. We couldn't have asked for a better panel to end this day for us. So please.
I would just say thank you for this opportunity to be here. I always love talking about these topics, and it was lovely to get some wisdom from Amy, and Vispi always does such a wonderful job facilitating our conversations. So I would just say continue to learn. The answers are out there, and it's changing all the time. So embrace lifelong learning. Always be willing to see what you don't know and what could be a little better. And if you come at the world from that place of curiosity, everything else kind of sorts itself out.
Well, I also want to say thank you. It was delightful to meet Britt, to meet more people at your company and Whatfix, and to really have some good questions asked where we really dig into what's going on here. Because I think we're going to come out of a time where we had some time to reflect. So I don't want people to stop. I would really encourage everyone to reflect and say it's still a good time to change the world for the better.
Thank you, Amy and Britt. All I'd say is it's been thought-provoking, fascinating, and therapeutic for me. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Amazing session. Thank you so much, panel, again. And wow, this day is already over and I cannot believe. What about you, Gokul?
Yeah, it's crazy. I honestly didn't want that last session to end. It was so amazing, right? And thanks to all the leaders and all the speakers who joined us today. And I didn't realize how the last few hours went by, and I'm pretty sure it's the same with you guys, right? And I'm also processing all that information from the session, and I'm guessing you guys are too. So to make sure that you aren't overwhelmed by that, we'll be sharing the recordings to you soon. And thanks to everyone who took the time to join us for the Digital Adoption Celebration today. And I have an announcement. So we are selecting 50 lucky winners at random from today's attendees, and they'll be getting some limited edition Whatfix swags. Some love from our side for attending our Digital Adoption Day. So watch out for your mail to see if you're a winner. And we hope that you enjoyed all the sessions. You got some really good ideas, insights, and information on making your employees and users' life much better. Feel free to write to us at engage@whatfix.com if you have any feedback or if you have any other questions for the speakers. And if you have any questions on how Whatfix helps enterprises across the globe with this adoption, do let us know, and we'll be happy to help you learn more. Stay tuned for more amazing events with Whatfix. We have some great surprises coming your way next quarter. Right. So thanks everyone. Stay safe and have a great one.
Please don't forget to share your experience on your social medias. Use #DigitalAdoptionDay. We would be looking out for your post and would be happy to share anything that helps you in learning journey. Thank you.
Thank you. You have a great one.